Well, hello. What's up? Uh, I'm running late. I had some stuff I needed to handle, and there's not really any particular thing that we're pushing tonight. Just figured we'd shoot the breeze. Kevin may or may not show up. I sent the link to Paul, and we'll just get up here and just have some fun. It looks like there's a few people here. Apparently, Jerry thinks I'm pushing some sort of liberal agenda. I don't know what he's talking about, but okay. It looks like Chris, big knowledge Garland. It's his birthday, either today or sometime soon. I should just send him the link as well, and if he has time, I'm not forcing him to come on, but big knowledge is always fun to have around. It's good to know stuff, and he knows a lot of stuff about chocolate, which is something that I never really put that much thought into, but he has the knowledge of chocolate. So if nothing else, we should sing happy birthday to Chris at some point tonight. Yolanda's here as well. Tom Morowitz and Omicidal Maniac are all here. What's going on, people? It is Friday. It is Friday. Oh, Chris says it's the whole damn month. But my birthday was in this month too, so it can't only be yours. We have to share it. We have to share. Plus, I think I'm older than you, so you have to pay heed to your elders. I could be wrong, but you never know. So yeah, how the fuck are you guys doing? I did talk to my friend Jay Love today from Five Ponds, and he was talking about. I specifically asked him about the PACT Act and what they're doing. Five Ponds, they pulled their website down and stopped selling to consumers, but said, be on the lookout. We're coming back. We're working on solutions. Which is helpful because those of us that use these products would still like to have access to these products, the vapor products. And he did show me a list. I don't have it all memorized, but they will be in a very short time able to ship to about 40 states. There's like 10 that are still not playing nice with the system, and they really just want people to die smoking, which is sad. But it is wonderful to me that some people, I mean, it's not wonderful that all of the people, but some of the people will still be able to exercise their freedom to make choices for themselves, which ultimately, this is a choice issue. This is an issue where the government doesn't want you to make choices for yourself. And if you choose to smoke, that's fine. They really want you to smoke because there's a lot of money for them. And if you choose to use a product that is been through their approval process and they've been given billions of dollars for approval of that product, then you're fine. But if you're an upstart, scrappy bunch of guys that just want to quit smoking and choose a safer alternative, you can't. You can't. I mean, that's the deal. That's what they want, and they do not want you to be able to circumvent their authority, because that's essentially what you're doing when you choose a vaping product over a pharmaceutical product or a tobacco product. And there is a line, and I know that everybody doesn't like it, but we are legally considered a tobacco product. So until we go to court and win a court case that says that we're not a tobacco product, then we are a tobacco product. I don't like it, but that's the fact of the matter. It blows. So yeah, Yes, I only celebrate the day because, I don't look forward to getting older. My mom, I haven't seen my mom in person in about 2.5, 3 years now, it seems like. And she saw a picture of me the other day and she said, "Where did all that gray come from?" And I said, "Well, it's been creeping up. It's there. Look, look, look." So, at least I still have hair, and I'm thankful to the higher powers that be that have allowed me to keep my follicles. But yeah, it is sucky. But yeah, so it looks like, and I did get an email from Giant Vapes today, also indicating that there are still some black holes in the fulfillment options that they're using. And it does look like there's about 10 states. It looks like New Jersey. I didn't memorize them all, but New York and New Jersey and a couple other states that have really bad taxes and too many fiefdoms. The states and the locals and the counties all decide to implement their own taxes, and then it becomes a mess. It becomes a mess when it comes to that. Let me see. Let's look. I'm going to send one more invite. Just in case. You never know. You never know. But Chris, I did PM you the link to come and chat with us if you wanted to on your Twitters, because that's the place I sent it to you the last time. So yeah, I see daily places that are implementing really shitty legislation when it comes to vapor products. You see, all over the world. I saw something from Canada the other day. It just hurts. It hurts a lot. But hey, on an unrelated note, I did see the new Mortal Kombat today. In my convalescence, I don't have anything else to do but watch TV and walk, because I'm not allowed to do full rehab yet. I'm only allowed to do, certain things. And I am down to one crutch instead of two crutches. So I am improving. And I sat at the computer for 3 hours yesterday designing a t-shirt for my wife's nursing group. And when I got up after 3.5 hours, it let me know that it wasn't happy that I had sat in one position for 3.5 hours. But the logo did turn out nice. It was very nice art for a t-shirt for the Nurses Association. But I see Victor. Victor is here, and yes, Yolanda. I'm glad that I appreciate all the people hoping that I feel better. Demetrius was in a very traumatic accident, and his thing was way worse than mine. Way worse than mine. I mean, mine was sort of a voluntary thing. I broke my leg over a year ago, and was coping with the ligament being gone, the torn ligament. But I volunteered, to go and get it fixed this time. So, yeah, I don't, I appreciate all of the well wishes, but my thing was way less of a big deal than poor Demetrius getting hit by a car. That's a big deal. But hey, Paul, come on in when you're ready, because I'm running out of shit to talk about. It's always good to have, Paul or Kevin. Kevin probably went to bed. I told Kevin that, we were going to do the show, or we were going to do something, but it wouldn't be a show. And that he was not obligated to come and hang out if he wanted to go to bed. So, anyway, Mortal Kombat. I told you I saw the movie Mortal Kombat today. The wonder and beauty of the original Mortal Kombat was that it was cheesy. Like it was cheesy, and it didn't take itself too seriously. The new one is trying to be like a serious flick, like, you know, and the fighting scenes are amazing. There's, you know, they got some really good fight choreography going on, but yeah, it wasn't, it lacked the beauty of the cheesiness. But hey, there's old Chris Big Knowledge Garland. What's going on?
Brody, how you doing?
Happy birthday to Chris. Happy birthday to Chris. Happy 60.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm crying like Mike Schmidt.
Well, I know my voice is very painful. I know. So, you know, I did see that Aaron or whoever's running the social media accounts over at You Don't Know Nicotine, they took a clip of you on my show of you saying really important, you know, stuff, and
Right.
you know, use that to say happy birthday to you. So I was like, oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Where's my cut of the proceeds from that clip?
Oh yeah. There is no financial proceeds. There's only appreciations and salutes. That's all I got to offer. That is all I got.
Yeah, no, I don't. I wouldn't go after Aaron for stealing from me. I love Aaron too much, and I've probably over the years stolen a clip or two from him. So I probably wouldn't make a big deal about it. Probably, and I did get him drunk on the show and embarrassed him, you know, pretty bad. So I probably owe him one.
Well, I mean, like, he wasn't that hammered drunk to where, you know, he was like taking off his clothes and
no. But he did lose his filters. He did lose his filters that night, for sure. For sure.
Okay, so question: this light, is it too blue? Am I too blue?
No, well, I mean, you're backlit, so everything behind the screen. I mean, it depends on what's on your monitor will affect your color because you don't have, you know, the lights behind you, so you're backlit. So like here, you know, I have lights in front of me so that my pasty skin doesn't look too pasty, you know. But I don't think I you know, I'm Irish, and you know, I'm about as white as they come. So you're fine. Nobody's gonna criticize. You know, you do have a little spot right here, though.
How's that? Is that better?
Well, now there's a darkness. There's a darkness now. It looks like you remember that movie a couple years ago where they were in the woods and they were like on like supposed to be on like video cameras, and it was a horror movie and some witch was killing kids in the woods.
Yeah,
you remember
Witch Project.
Yeah, there's some scenes in there that looked very similar to what was going on, that whole situation that was just now going on.
Look, I tell you a story about that movie, right? Okay. Number one, Blair Witch Project is like in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. So, me and my wife, we go to the movie theater to see it for the first time, right? And it's like we fell into the hype and everything like that, and then we had to go see it in the movie theater. You go to see the movie theater, right? Great movie. You know, she was thoroughly scared, thoroughly shaken, and so was I. So we had came home, right? And she goes into the bedroom, and I go into the closet, which is inside my living room, and I got a black and blue lumberjack sweater and a black beanie, right? So I put that on. I put the jacket on. I put on the beanie. I go and stand in the corner of the room with the lights off. I call my wife because she's in the bedroom. I'm like, niece, come here. she comes in the room, starts screaming because
We lost Mike. We lost your audio, Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
There he goes.
Okay, finish the joke. Okay, so I'm standing in the corner. I'm facing the corner wearing a black beanie, a black and blue lumberjack shirt, just like the guy in the movie at the end. And she totally freaked out. I mean, she totally freaked out. I scared her half to death. And she's still mad at me about that. I'm like, I don't know why you mad at me. So I mean, like, it wasn't like we were in an abandoned house. We were at home. So what's the problem?
Are you using your earbuds and your speakers on your computer?
Let's see.
Hello? Can you hear me through your earbuds? Because I cannot hear you. Your mic settings are goofed up.
Now can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there's an awful echo. Let me see if I can adjust your sound settings from here. Let's see. Speak.
Hello, hi.
That's a little better.
Welcome to Costco.
There's still echo, but it doesn't matter because this is just a fun show. I didn't I had something to deal with, and I didn't come on time, and I didn't prepare anything, and this is just us shooting the breeze.
Well, I guess this is like a freestyle conversation.
Yeah, freestyle. Hello, Andrew K. What's going on, Amanda Gallagher? But yeah, so like I said a while ago, I spoke to Jay Love from Five Ponds today. We video chatted while I was on the couch with an ice pack on my leg, and yeah, he says that they're going to get ready to start being able to soon, hopefully, knock on wood, be able to ship to about 40 states. There's still going to be 10 places, 10 black holes that no one can ship to, because it seems like all the big players are using the same shipping system. Even like Giant Vapes is using the same thing, I think. So there are 10 states that are basically getting fucked that they won't be able to ship to.
So are one of those states California?
No. But yeah, it fucking sucks that that 10, the people that smoke or the people that vape in those 10 states will not have full access. And Victor, I don't remember all 10 states. I know that New Jersey and New York were on the list. I know that Texas was not on the list, because when he told me, I was in he held up a color-coded chart which said which states were which was which. But yeah, so it does blow chunks that that we're in this situation where, they're basically fucking over those 10 states. And it's all because of taxes. It's the either the states, and then you include the local municipalities and things that are levying their own taxes, and it just becomes too big of a deal for these people to handle, because you got a state tax, and you might have a county tax, or a city tax, or both, and then you end up having to figure out, and it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's huge. I know on my end, when I do order online for shipment, like the county, Alameda County, they charge like $7.14, and like the state charges another $5.18. So, and then on the sender's end, then they have to charge their fee. So looking at damn near like $20 just to get a couple of bottles of e-juice and and a pack of coils.
And then, shipping is also, I mean, obviously we've talked about this on the show. I'm willing to pay more to be able to get my stuff. I'm willing to, order larger amounts less frequently to make up for the shipping increase. I don't understand. And, this was something that I put in my comment to the UPS or USPS during the comment period, was there are solutions and you could make some money off of these solutions. And the USPS is already in, dire straits financially. So why would they not seek a solution that made them money instead of saying, no, we're not going to carry these products? It doesn't make any sense to me. Signature on deliveries, a couple dollars extra. Yes. That's a big deal. But I would pay it. Other people would pay it. Yeah. If you had 5 or 6 friends that wanted to order all together to, make the shipping costs, you could do that. You could bulk ship. You could do all sorts of things. And the USPS would make money. I don't understand this idea that they don't want to make money. This is we are in we like money. Americans like money. And American companies like money. And regardless of whether the USPS is a private entity or a federal organization, they like making money because they got to pay people. Right. So it doesn't make any sense to me that they would do this unless there's a political reason and they weren't given a choice. That fucking language that was included in the omnibus bill, the PACT Act that put us in the PACT Act, is a industry killer, or at least it's an industry thinner outer. So, yeah. If I had a couple $1 million, I would just buy a couple, big trucks and just drive from one side of the country to the other, dropping off shit, As a private carrier, you can do that.
It sounds like to me that like the Postal Service is getting a nudge from someone or some organization. I mean, you cancel out 10 states, but then you want to keep like another 40. That doesn't make sense. It just says to me that, okay, we're only going to do so much. You can't really have us just open up all states for delivery. There's someone in the back that's pulling the strings. I don't know who it is. But this is what it looks to me, and probably like the average baker,
Well, and Sean Casey's in the chat room, and he brings up a good point that it's too late to negotiate because it's gone. Once it's gone, you can't. You don't have any bargaining chips. Once the industry's gone, you can't negotiate, and we're already in a very bad spot because the optics of vape is terrible because of disreputable vendors. This week alone, I'm getting emails from some companies that don't even look like they're even paying attention to this PACT Act business. It looks like business as usual. They're advertising product, and I got a flyer or an email ad from this company, and the flavor that they're promoting in this email is called puke. Like vomit, like puke. Now me as a 49-year-old fella,
young man,
I personally don't think I would want to spend money on a product called puke.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a little unprofessional. Especially
why would
when
you
both of us.
devalue your product? If your product was good, why would you devalue it by giving it a shitty name like that?
It sounds like to me that whoever made this flavor, or or printed up the lettering for the bottle, whatever, it probably sounds a little immature, or probably is a little immature, and is having a hard time trying to adjust to this whole new change of how vaping companies are doing business. And I really don't agree with you naming the flavor puke or vomit or whatever else. That's not good at all. They just sound like, to me, they're just bitter and upset, and as well they should be, because we're all bitter and upset about this thing. But like, that's if you want to protest something, you have to do it a different way. And you don't do things to sabotage your company or the products that you sell or you produce, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, it just seems like a really shitty marketing plan,
Yeah.
and it's from a company that's not new. It's from a company that has been around for years and has already been under scrutiny of these politicians and the FDA and all these people for horrible labeling practices in the past. So, and this is not a small company. This is a fairly large California company. Yes, Tom, I know that there's nothing I can do about it. Chris's audio is what it is, and we can still understand each other and have a conversation. So I'm not making a big deal about it. This is not an Oscar award-winning show. This is just having a conversation and some fun. So yeah. I understand everybody. I've seen multiple comments. It's okay. You can understand what he's saying. Yeah. So the crappy part is that, yeah, we are never going to be able to negotiate because we don't have a good image. We don't have a we don't have hush, Sean Casey, hush. Sean is like dropping, he's doxing. I was trying to be very vague about this, and Sean Casey's in the chat room doxing the company that I was being very vague about.
Oh, well, my question is this: do you think that a lot of problems would have been, somewhat alleviated or handled differently if there was an actual face of vaping, a well-known politician, celebrity, activist, athlete? Do you think that probably kind of played a role in the downfall of this?
I've had this discussion before. This is not a new thing because there are a handful of celebrities that use these products. Now the problem is, for them, it's political suicide to side with. For example, especially Hollywood types. The Hollywood types are by and large Democrat, and for years, whether it was our doing or we were led down the primrose path, we as an industry were sort of under the impression that the Democrats hated us, which many do, and that we had to support Republicans because they were the ones that were supporting the industry. And guys like Johnny Depp that vape, guys, like what's Tom Hardy that vape, guys like Leonardo DiCaprio that vape. are politically left, and probably as far left as you could go. And for them to come out publicly on the side of vaping would mean that they'd have to stand side by side with those Republicans that they're against on literally every other issue. Environment, marijuana legalization, pro-life, though, all those things, most of them are anti-gun, even though they use guns in every one of their movies. All those are right-leaning political ideals that they can't get on board with. So, Kristen Bell, she's also a liberal. All these politicians or all these Hollywood types can't side with us, because then they're siding with politicians that they're against for every other thing. And it would for them, it would look like they're siding with, who can I name? Well, Duncan Hunter from California, for example. Duncan Hunter was a shit. He was a stain on the Republicans in California. He stole money from his campaign. He stole money from veterans charities. He, was about as corrupt as could possibly be. And he was a vaping politician. He didn't help us. He went around from event to event, trying to get campaign donations from the vaping industry to, so that he could go on expensive vacations. Because ultimately, one of the things that they found is that he spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from his campaign to go on vacation. And he spent like $1,000 to transport the family bunny on vacation to a spa.
Wait a minute. A bunny.
Bunny.
A bunny.
A bunny.
Damn rabbit.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And,
excuse me for 1 second. I had
a
to
darn
charge
rabbit.
up my cell phone.
A darn rabbit.
But, I'm sorry.
And he was a shitheel. And you know what happened is I did all the research. I fucking went out of my way and spent hours and hours scouring, going to opensecrets.org, which is a political fundraising website that tracks fundraising and politicians' votes and everything. Tracked that son of a bitch, did a whole show dragging that motherfucker through the mud, telling vaping companies, do not give this shitheel money. And what did they do? What did the vaping industry do? Some people in the vaping industry. A very well-known vaping attorney tried to attack me on Facebook and said that I shouldn't be telling the truth about a politician that is pro-vaping because it damages us. No. Being associated with a fucking criminal damages us.
Yeah.
He even told Demetrius, this is back when Demetrius owned the network before I took over, and he's like, you need to put a muzzle on that guy. And Demetrius told me, and this is an attorney. This is a famous vaping attorney. I said it would be unethical. My job is to show the people the truth. And this vaping attorney said ethics aren't important.
Oh, wow. Shit.
Ethics aren't important. So I was, there was other questionable comments. And this is a guy that is still collecting money from the vaping industry. And I'm like, why would you write a guy who just admitted on social media that vaping isn't important? He also commented that we should build catapults at the border, and every time we catch an illegal alien, we should throw them back over the wall with a catapult.
Jesus Christ!
And this is why we can't. This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah,
because we constantly put our money in the hands of people that should never be associated with us. And I know that there are people in the chat room who fucking know who it is, and I'm not going to say his name because if you say his name, well, he's been blocked. So whatever. Yeah. It's bullshit. We should have been much better. Now, the flaw, the thing that ruined us, is also the thing that is so great about the vaping industry. It's damaging, but it is one of the great things about the vaping industry. Years ago, when we were young, a guy could come up with an idea, make a product, and sell it without a big amount of money to start out. Didn't really need to know anything other than what he was making. The barriers to entry into this industry at the very beginning were nothing. You needed a couple $1,000s for ingredients and bottles. You could make product and sell it. And it was wonderful because the littlest guy could be a success in this industry. But the problem is the littlest guy could be a success in this industry because it didn't require a lot of research. A lot of these guys didn't bother learning and evolving as the field changed. So we have guys that are in this industry that never took a business class, never hired an accountant, never hired a good attorney, never did all those things that you need to do to have a good business. And and that's the problem is that they should have hired somebody that was, they should have hired Azim Chadawi and said, hey, you need to tell me when there's something going on in the vaping the regulatory thing. You need to keep me in touch. You need to do something, blah, blah, blah. You need to hire an accountant to manage your fucking money. And some of these guys didn't. They went out and bought, fancy sports cars and stuff and never invested in the future of their business. And that's the problem is that, yes, anybody could be a success in this industry, which is a beautiful thing because that's the American dream, right? Start out, drag yourself up out of the gutter and be a success. I mean, that is what the American dream is. And when there's no barriers to entry, anybody can do it and be successful. But the problem is nobody ever, I shouldn't say nobody, a lot of them never bothered to take those next responsible business practice steps to becoming, a responsible business. And that hurt us because there was nobody telling them, it may not be a good idea to name your e-liquid unicorn puke, or, hey, it's probably not a good idea to put Rick and Morty on your disposable e-cigarette or whatever. I mean, these are all mistakes that and the Rick and Morty thing is a new thing. That's just happened in the last 2 months. I've seen Rick and Morty disposable e-cigarettes, which
that's not good.
Rick and Morty is not a kid's cartoon. It is an adult cartoon, but from the outside, I mean, it is on Adult Swim when your kids are supposed to be in bed, but from the outside, it's just a cartoon character. These people don't know what that Rick and Morty show is about. They don't know that it's an adult show. It's a fucking cartoon character. And as far as some of these 90-year-old senators are concerned, cartoon is a cartoon is a cartoon, and those are for kids.
Right.
So, it sucks.
Well,
it sucks.
Yeah.
So your birthday is Tuesday?
It was when was my birthday? On Sunday. This past Sunday.
Oh, so you're only like a week behind me then, because mine was on Wednesday, the 14th. Yeah. And
so you're 49.
I am now 49.
God damn it! I was 49 once. Okay, look. Like, here's the thing about hitting like the magical number of 50 that really kind of freaks me out. that I'm happy about, but I'm freaked out about it. It's the fact that, okay, I've been on this planet for 50 years, and to a lot of people, that's like a long time. 50 years is a long time to be.
Well, 100 years ago,
but
100 years ago, you were that's the life expectancy. 50.
yeah, but see, it's weird now because I feel that I've probably got maybe a good 30 years, 35 years left if I'm lucky. You know, if I keep taking care of myself and I don't get hit by like a UPS truck trying to make a delivery to my house and things of that nature. That's the weird part of being 50. And granted, I don't feel like I'm 50. I still feel like I'm in my early 40s, but it's just the fact that
it's the big 50. Halfway.
That number symbolizes something, and God forbid I live to 100. I don't want to live that long, man. That's
now
like
I work in geriatrics. I mean, that's where all of my patients are over 70. And the sad thing is, I have 70-year-old patients that are decrepit and can't move and, hurt everywhere and have, a list an arm length long of health problems. And then I got a couple hundreds that don't take that only take like 2 pills a day, that still walk around without walkers, that still do, all their shit. And you're like, and they don't look 100. And you're like, okay, if I'm going to be 100, I want to be like that. But the sad thing is they're mostly women that live to be 100 without health problems. Us men, if we make it to 100, we've got a laundry list of health problems. And my wife is Filipino. My wife is Filipino, and they have just from being Filipino, they have tons of health problems that are more prevalent in the Filipino people. So yeah, it does suck because I'm 8 years older than she is. I'm fat. My exercise is chasing old people around all day.
Wait a minute, fat. Wait. What do you mean fat? Okay, look. Stand up, show me your belly. Okay, I will make that decision.
I'm embarrassed to do that. But I am 6 foot tall. I am 6 foot tall and weigh 265 pounds.
So it could be all in your ass. It might not be all in your stomach, bro.
Oh no, the belly's here, dude. The belly exists. The belly exists. But yeah, I'm a big boy, but I have no problems. Like they did my labs before the surgery, and the doctor's like, before the pre-surgery, they're like, well, what are you taking for your blood pressure? I'm like, I don't have a blood pressure problem. And he's like, oh, how about your cholesterol? No, cholesterol's good. He's all the shit. And he's like, well, what pills are you taking? I'm like, vitamins. He's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I look at you, you're fat. I figure he didn't say fat, you're overweight. He says, I thought you would be diabetic, that you'd have a heart problem. And I'm like, no, dude, this is all beer.
Yeah.
I eat good. I eat healthy food. If you pay attention to my Facebook, it's all me grilling out and shit. I eat healthy food. There's a lot of fish in my diet, and I eat a lot of greens, and I don't use fat back that much anymore. Used to, because I used to be a cook in New Orleans, so we use a lot of unhealthy ingredients in New Orleans. But
yeah, wild animals and shit.
Oh God. I'd go for. Hey, gator's good eating. And if you get a good healthy, 6-footer. If they get bigger than that, the tail meat's not nearly as good. But yeah, you get one about 6 foot tall. You get a good 3 feet of tail out of that. You can make some pretty good gator out of that tail. Yes, Mike Peterson says, I'm really 6 foot tall. Yes, I'm 6 foot tall.
No, wait, who am I? I'm 6'3.5", 6'4". Am I supposed to say 6'4"?
Yeah, see, I'd still have to look up a little bit.
Yeah, you know what I'm sick and tired of? I'm tired of people shaming me because I'm tall. You know what I mean? That's like, it's so annoying. That's because at least I would say like 5 times a week, maybe 6. It's always the one person who asks, how tall am I? Like, you're tall. How tall are you? And it's like, that makes me feel like I'm Yao Ming or something, or like Shaquille O'Neal. Like, I'm just the most tallest person on the planet.
How tall is Manute Bol? He was pretty tall. Manute was 7 foot something.
6.5.
Yeah, he was a big tall guy.
That's tall. I'm a little above average tall. There's 6'2", 6'3". That's your average tall person height. But I'm kind of like, I add an inch on it, and people would just kind of just think I'm like some kind of sideshow freak or something like that. Or
hey,
why are you not playing for the Warriors? Why?
One of these days, if I come to California, I'll bring my wife. She's 4'9".
Well, for a lady, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's like my wife is like 5'1.5", 5'2".
So yeah, I mean, there's a height difference between me and the wife. She comes up to right about here. Hey, there's Paul, Chris, Paul.
Paul, how you doing?
G'day, Chris. How you been?
Oh, it looks like you're in Australia because the sun is up. Or probably New Zealand.
No, he's not a Kiwi.
No. I just sound funny.
He's really American.
Okay, well,
he's really American. He just has a big bright light outside his bedroom window there to make us think that he's in Australia. But
yeah,
and you just adapted this accent, this language and everything. That's cool. I got no issue with that. Like, keep doing your thing.
I think it's a character that Paul plays. I think it's like a persona. It's like a persona that he puts on. So what's going on down in down under, Paul?
Oh, well, there's not a cloud in the sky. The beer's cold, and I don't have a barbecue, so it really sucks.
Oh, that does suck. I have a barbecue.
Yeah,
I send you videos.
Yeah, I know.
I send you videos all the time. Anytime I'm cooking or grilling like fish or steak on the grill, I private message Paul a video of me grilling because he doesn't have one.
It's not fair.
Yeah, that's not right, man. It's like come on. I mean, it's like you wouldn't do that to like somebody that hasn't eaten in like 2 weeks, would you? You know what I mean?
Well, he does eat regularly. It's not like he's not eating. It's just that he's not eating grilled steak or fish on the grill.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, so
matter of fact, I might go to the fish market tomorrow and buy some grouper and grill it. Sounds like
yeah. Or
it's just showing off now, huh? Yeah. Stunting on social media. That's what we call it when people like to, like dangle the carrot or like the filet mignon, like look what I'm eating. Stunting on Facebook. Okay.
Omis Idol says that you're an Australian. Yes, I'm an asshole.
Oh.
Yeah, no comment. But generally these photos come through, right? It's either the middle of the night or really early in the morning. I'm either waking up, going to bed. Next minute, there's this piece of fish on the grill. There's a steak on the grill. And I'm hungry again. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
I'm an
That's
asshole.
just evil.
I am pretty well known for being evil. I am.
Yep.
Pretty
I
well
think
known.
it's funny.
You know, I mean, but look though, like that's the trademark of an Aries. We are some very just you know. I mean, it's not like Taurus people. Taurus, just like those people got anger management issues. We are just somewhat sadistic, and we like to torture for fun. Yes, we are those kind of people.
Even the people that we love, we have to torture them. And Leanna says that I should send you more.
Oh,
yeah, because we're showing our love.
Really?
Yeah. We torture the people that we love the most.
Yes.
Like he's talking about taking his wife to the horror movie and then scaring her after the horror movie. That's how we show we love you.
That's how we show love.
By torture.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that works. That works for everyone.
Oh, it's also Phil Basardo's birthday tomorrow, or I think it's tomorrow.
I've been sending him music for his birthday. Yeah.
I sent him an Old Balls Club membership to the Old Balls Club. Go look on his Facebook.
Are you serious?
The Old Balls Club.
Oh, jeez.
That's how mean I am.
But very creative.
This is what we do to the people that we love, man.
Very funny. That's cold, but that's very creative and funny.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm going to scroll down. I'll show it to you. There it is. There it is. I'll share screen.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The Old Balls Club.
The Old Balls Club.
Oh, geez.
Yep. This is to certify that Phil Basardo is an official member of the Old Balls Club.
Do your balls hang low? Do they wobble to and fro?
Signed by the president of the Old Balls Club, Harry Sack.
Oh, you bastard. Oh, man, that's funny.
I no, my mom and dad were married.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Well, I really hope Phil enjoyed that, and I really
He
hope
hasn't
he'll
responded.
see you on the street. Oh, well, he can't wait to see you on the street then. I'm pretty sure he see you outside somewhere. He will respond. He will probably let his knuckles talk.
Nah, he's a teddy bear. He's a teddy bear. I know how to make him cry. I know how to make a lot of people. I have a little notepad that I write everybody's weak points on. So I know how to put the thumbs to him. I know his weak points. I love him to death though. Like he is so like he and I do a periodically we do like because we're into science fiction. We do a geek show. I mean, it's called Geeks or Us. He's a Star Trek. He is a Star Trek like freak, and he's into what's the robot from Forbidden Planet that he's into?
Don't forget Bill Tarling. Bill Tarling and his robots.
Yeah, well, I mean, Phil's just as bad, but yeah, Phil has a whole collection of like Star Trek models, and like he's a big Star Trek groupie. So yeah, all I would need to do to make him cry is to get a Star Trek like Enterprise model and just make a video of me breaking it.
Yeah,
and he would have a nervous breakdown.
He would be so pissed off. so pissed off if you did something like that.
Or like a Star Trek phaser, like smashing it, getting like a Han Solo blaster pistol and smashing the Star Trek phaser with a Star Wars blaster pistol or something. I could torture him. He's easy. And
well, the other one would be the communicators from Star Trek.
Well, he has one. He has one that like connects to his Bluetooth phone, or connects to his phone, and he can actually use it as the phone. So that's how big of a nerd he is. So yeah. But even away from all of that, if you know, when he and Demetrius got into the hardware, developing hardware, and you know, come out with their own line, like Phil is a perfectionist. Like he spends all this time developing this thing, and it's his baby. And before the Aries 1 came out, Demi and I were at a show here in Texas, and Demetrius gave me one of the prototypes to use at the event to show people what was coming out tomorrow, because it was like the day before the launch. And like people were immediately like I liked it a lot. I loved the Aries 1, but when it came out, there were some issues with it. There were some problems that people are so, you know, on social media, they're not afraid to say things because they're not there in the room with you. Right. And some people were being really unfair, and they were being really judgmental and critical about tiny little things. And Phil just takes every one of those things to heart. He thinks that he has to address each and every flaw. And, you know, there's a reason why between Aries 1 and Aries 2, there was a big gap, because he had to fix everything that everybody complained about on the last one.
Oh,
and he
wow.
is so sensitive. I'm like texting him. I'm like, dude, don't pay attention to that. The damn thing is awesome. It works great. Blah, blah, blah. You know, but yeah, he takes everything to heart when it comes to the hardware that he's, I mean, put his blood, sweat, and tears into.
Yeah. Well, I see that. I mean, like, you know, like I can, you know, sympathize with that, but people just got to take it easy on people. When I know vaping is a serious thing to us. You know what I mean? It's a pleasurable thing. It brings us joy and everything. But to just literally just dog walk somebody because the tank the magnets on the tank, you know, didn't hold well to the adapter. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's still a damn good piece. You know what I mean? Just kind of address people, you know, in a somewhat professional manner. It's like you don't have to like verbally bitch slap somebody like over.
Oh my god, dude!
That's not being an adult. You know what I mean?
No. I mean, obviously, the vaping world. I'm gonna probably piss people off now. I'm gonna say something that's true, but it's hurtful to other people, to some people. I have, and I'm gonna say this because I have seen some of the most you know, I've seen people here in the last week, because I've purposely stayed the hell away from social media during my recovery. I popped into like Facebook to just look at some stuff, and people in the vaping world that if they were in the same room, they would be all like, "Hey, bro, what's going on?" Blah blah blah, just tearing each other apart on Facebook because they're not in the same room together. And, you know, this whole idea that we're supposed to be some sort of, and I've always, from the beginning of this vaping journey 10 years ago, when I've said the word community, I've always done this because it's a fucking illusion. There is no fucking vaping community anymore. Back when we started, and I know Phil and Dimitri.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. So you're basically telling me that there's no camaraderie, there's no lending a hand to our fellow man or woman when he's down. It's just a bunch of just people just on some other shit that are really highly insensitive and don't care about one another. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Now, when we started back in old timey days, when there was a vaping event, a vaping event was a couple e-liquid companies going to a meet, what you would basically call a vape meet now, where they would rent the banquet hall at the local hotel, at one of the local hotels, and it would be more of a regional thing, and people would have a fucking table and maybe a little backdrop, and they would sell stuff, and then the banquet hall in the middle was all tables and chairs, and people would go and sit, and they would bring wire and cotton, and they'd sit around and hang out with each other and have a drink and just bullshit and shoot the breeze and have fun. And then it turned into other things, which happens when something grows. I mean, it's natural. But the problem is those people that started out side by side that were buddies, different companies or whatever, but would say, hey, a customer would come up and say, hey, I need an apple, a mentholated apple e-liquid. And guy at booth A would say, I don't have that, but that guy over there has an amazing mentholated apple. And you would do that. Nowadays, they'll be like, hey, that guy over there has one, but maybe you should try something else because here, try this instead. Like,
yeah, it's completely different these days.
And you know, I got my start back in old timey days. There was a web streaming program called Stickcam. Back in old timey days, Stickcam. You would go in and hang out in a chat room, and somebody would be on hosting the show, playing music, just talking, having fun, communicating with people. And somebody would say, "Hey, my mod blew up today," or I don't have batteries, or I'm out of e-liquid. And somebody in the chat room would go, "Hey, private message me your address and I'll send you something." Just like that. E-liquid guys, this was back in old e-liquid guys would come into the chat room and say, "Hey, I will give you 10 bottles of e-liquid to raffle off to people in the chat room." And the host would say, "Okay, I've picked a number," and everybody would just start typing numbers in the chat room until somebody hit the right number, and then he would say, "PM me your address, and I'll send you some. I'll get your address to that guy who will send you whatever you want." You know, people would buy. I used to buy hardware to raffle off to give to people, to smokers. I used to keep cases of Ego batteries here to give away. CE4s and Ego batteries. Can't do that anymore. But and people, I've been reading forums and Facebook groups, and people would say, "Hey, I need help with my thing. Something's not working right, or my batteries aren't working right." I actually saw somebody in a Facebook group tell them, "Oh, what you need to do, because you got a little buildup under the wrap on your battery, those discolorations on your battery wrap, all you need to do is put it in some boiling water for a few minutes and take it out."
Oh, jeez. That's trash.
Now,
that's hella trash.
And these are not isolated incidents. So when I see the word community, there are a lot of amazing people in vaping, but it is not the majority of people in vaping. There are a bunch of fuckers. There are a bunch of horrible human beings that vape. I mean, if you go by on the law of averages, if 85% of the general population are assholes, then 85% of the vaping population are assholes too. It's just, it is what it is. So when I see the word community,
like 85. Don't you think that's not high?
I'm just throwing that out there. If half the people on the planet are assholes, that still means that half of the people that vape are assholes too.
Chris, a few years ago,
maybe I'm just jaded, but I've seen more people bite each other in the ass than I've seen hands up in the last 5 years in vaping.
Go back 5 years and it was completely different. It was the community around the world. If someone needed help with something, or they needed help in getting their hands on something, or even in the liquid community back in the early days, we were all there to help each other. And then it changed very rapidly, actually. 2016 was, it was around 2015, 2016, everything really started changing dramatically. Mm-hmm. It was different. It was so different. You know, you're right. We'd send liquids to people. I'd even send liquids from Australia to friends in New Zealand, United States, Canada. Shipping just became outrageous for us here. It was a minimum of $35 a package just to send a small package. You know, we would try and help people. But
I don't see it anymore.
No, nowhere near the way it used to be. And that's the truth.
Yeah. Amanda says so many people, so many of the vapors in the community are full-fledged adults, but they act like fucking juveniles. That is
100%.
The absolute truth.
100%.
That is the absolute truth. We may be showing you something or talking about something that you haven't been able to observe because of your community in Oakland.
Well, no.
Right?
Well, see, I'm a member of maybe like 4 vape groups on Facebook. And granted, there are people, there are newbies, and I've seen situations where you describe where people just want to be a bunch of asshats about it, and there's some people that dry bag that kind of ask for free shit, but not really asking for free shit, but just what we call dry begging.
Yeah, and, that happens.
And so it's like a very unfortunate thing, or it's like the incredibly cute girl that's like, oh yeah, I've bills, I don't have money for e-lipids. Somebody help me out, just throwing it out there, and the dudes just be lining up. You know what I mean? Like all the comments got like 250 comments and all this other kind of stuff, and I'm like, man, that's trash. That's like
back really here, I got you one, Chris. I got a perfect example. There's a young lady who's in the vaping world who you'll see online quite often. She works for, or she's worked for several e-liquid companies as a salesperson. Mm-hmm. But I was there when she first started vaping. Like she was a noob, and she had gotten a hold of a rebuildable, but couldn't build. And there were people, she would ship her Addy to people in the chat room that were, people that regulars on the shows, and they would build her fucking atomizer and send it back to her because and I'm not saying that she was wrong because it helped her quit smoking, but there was nobody there to teach her how to build, and she couldn't teach herself from videos. So this is what she would send people her atomizer. They'd build the coil for her, put it back in a box, and send it to her when it needed to be rebuilt because she couldn't build for herself. That's the type of cool people that used to be around back in the day. Man, send it to me. I'll build it and send it back to you.
It's amazing all the things that you can get from a bunch of ugly dudes. You know what I'm saying? It's truly amazing.
Hey, us like ugly dudes usually have the heart of gold. The ugly guys usually have the heart of gold.
Look, I see no ugly in you. I see a beautiful personality that just radiates from your face.
Yeah,
You have
it's all on the
this
inside.
quality quality. No, it's on the outside. You know what I mean? I mean that's because like you're not one of those dudes that's like, look at me, I'm gorgeous. Look, I'm attractive, and ladies, you know what I'm saying, are just DMing me and calling me like whatever. You got beautiful eyes, man. You know what I mean?
Dude, if some woman PM'd me or texted me, my wife sleeps with a machete under the pillow, dude.
Oh wow.
See.
Well,
I took it out from under her pillow. Right now, it's in my office. But this is what she sleeps with right here, buddy.
Oh wow! You know what? Like maybe we ought to change this conversation because I don't want her to run into the room and snatch the machete from me. You know what I'm saying? And just totally just do something really gangster to you on a live feed. I don't.
Now,
it's like I
now,
don't
Chris,
want to do that.
I'm gonna approach this. This is a funny story. Now, my wife is an immigrant. She's from the Philippines and never hung around anybody that was black. When she came here, her only experience was other Filipino people, right? She was just out of college, had never traveled outside of her country. Outside of her village where she's from. She went to school there, and she went and got a job in Manila. That's the furthest away that she'd ever traveled from home. And came to America all by herself with like one suitcase of stuff. That was it, right? So she comes here, and the unit clerk is a black lady. And they become really fast friends. And at work, they talk a certain way to each other. And my wife was never told, hey, you don't talk this way out in the world in front of other people. And she, there's words that she was taught to say because it sounds funny with her accent to say that word. And the girl that she works with thinks it's hilarious when she says that word. And didn't warn her and say, hey, when we're together, we can talk this way, but don't ever say that word out in the world because somebody might cut you.
Of course. Well, I can only imagine what that word can be. Well,
you know what that word is. I would never say that word, but the lady that raised me as a child was a black lady, and she would have. If I said that word, a ghostly hand from heaven would come and hit me in the back of the head.
Oh. Yeah, we us black people, some of us, a high percentage of us, do use that word pretty casually in certain circles.
Yes.
It's just between us, and it's mainly it's used to emphasize something, either how horrible something was or how funny some things were. But we all know, because we all have jobs and careers, that when we're around different people of different races and different backgrounds and religion, there's a lot of words outside of that word that we don't use just because we don't want any problems. So it's just, I know that's like a big shock to a lot of people in your audience, but if you grow up with, or you've known people for a good amount of years, so like 5 or 10 years, like there's that comfort level where you have conversations about stuff and you talk about stuff and you refer to people as different things, but it's no disrespect, because it's one thing about black people that we can fit in anywhere, in any position, at any occupation, doing anything. I mean, like, we can get in where we fit in pretty much where we want because we have that ability to kind of hit the switch. And some of us are like, we're, like legit, and you wouldn't think you wouldn't use that word, but some of us, we use it 24/7. But that's just how we navigate through our community, and it's not funny to use that word when people outside our race hears it, and then it's like it's so offensive. But it's like, to us, we're not. It's just like a regular word. Like, and we use it with the A and not the ER. I mean, and we don't, and we use that word on pretty much any race. That you don't have to be black to be the A.
That's why. That's why. If I say, Paul, you're a stupid bitch, I'm not calling Paul a woman.
Right.
I mean, we've sort of the language has evolved.
Yes.
And certain words have become, mean multiple things based on how it's used.
Mm-hmm.
But like, for example, like my wife is reading on Facebook last night that there's an uptick in anti-Asian sentiment, and there's violence against Asian people. And she's like, where is this happening? Because I haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, I guess it's happening somewhere because there's an article about it. We're in Texas. Texas is a different world than other places. I mean, it always has been. So,
right.
I hear people use the word Mexican. The word, just the word Mexican, which if I said, hey, let's go have Mexican food, it doesn't mean anything bad.
Right.
But then I hear somebody say, those stupid Mexicans. And I'm not saying that, so nobody flag this video. But that word can mean, my parents are from Mexico, so I'm Mexican. And it could also mean something negative. Whereas that word that you're talking about, most of the time, if somebody's using that word, it's in a negative way.
Yeah. But to call someone who speaks Spanish Mexican, and when you don't realize that not everyone who speaks Spanish is from Mexico, it kind of makes you look like an ass. You know what I mean? Because you don't know if they're from El Salvador. You don't know.
Well, and if you don't listen, well enough, like I've spent a lot of time in Central and South America. I mean, that in my prior career, I spent years in Central and South America. People from El Salvador and people from Mexico do not sound the same. They don't speak the same Spanish. But if you listen, well, that guy's from Nicaragua, or that guy's from El Salvador. That's a Honduran accent. I can hear that. But yeah, words hurt. And, we talk about, when Logan was on last week, we talk about the way we refer to, people that are substance abusers, people that use a substance. Instead of saying they're a heroin user, they're a heroin addict, or that's a person who smokes versus that's a smoker. The way we approach, the way we use language, is important.
It is. I know.
And if I say to you, Chris, you're a vapor, that's not going to bother you because you vape.
No. Yeah, I vape. I enjoy.
But is that the only
juice.
thing? Is that what defines you, Chris? Is that all you are?
No, I'm a vapor, a chocolate enthusiast, humorist,
enthusiast. He
brother,
says,
father, husband, and all around nice guy. But there's many things that define me. But
if I said to somebody in the general public the word vapor, their brain is going to bring up a specific image of what a vapor looks like, what a vapor is, and not bring in all of the other aspects of what make you you.
Yeah.
Paul and I are not anything alike. We have, well, other than the fact that we both have messed up knees right now. It's the same knee too. That's really it. I mean, and Chris and I, we're not anything alike. I don't know. He might be into some of the same things that I'm into, but what this one activity that I do does not complete me. It does not define who I am. And we've never been able, this goes back to what we were talking about when you were on the first time and you asked if you were the first black person to ever be on the show, or how many black people that vape do I know? I only know about 5 or 6, but we need to show that we are not one thing, that we're a lot of different things. And, this is us getting serious for a minute, and that vapors are not what I've heard this word a lot, that we are not monolith, whatever the fuck that means. I was listening. It was an anti-Asian, or an Asian empowerment video is what it was. And they were talking about, well, we're not all one thing. We're not monolith, and that Asians do lots of awesome things. Vapors are the same thing. We're not all one thing. And we need to show that we are a diverse group. I mean, I know for a fact, that there are gay vapors, that there are straight vapors, there are black vapors and white vapors and yellow vapors and purple vapors and vapors that are into, trap music, and vapors that are into rap music, and vapors that are into metal, and vapors that are into country music. We're not all one thing. Some of us wear pub hats, and some of us wear cowboy hats, and some of us wear no hats. And the problem is it's one particular demographic that have been that have been photographed the most. And that's what people define us as. And I don't like that.
Yeah. Me either.
Why is
oh, what's that, sir?
Well, I was just reading the chat. Somebody's bringing up Greg Hunt, who is in Australia, and they, out of nowhere, I see "fuck Greg Hunt" in the chat room, and I'm like, how did that come up? I hadn't even brought up that douchebag yet.
Well, the main reason is because our Prime Minister, by sheer accident, doing an interview, it was live on national TV. He actually called him the C word, and now the C word's flagged. I can't use it anymore. He messed up. He actually messed up and called him the health minister, Greg, and he called him Mr. C. And I was in tears. All of us were in tears laughing.
Oh dear!
On national TV, and they've tried
I called
to
him that
hide
on this show. I've called him that on this show multiple times.
Yeah, I know. So have I. I was the first one to use it. But yeah, now on Facebook, if you use it in relation to anything to do with health, bang, you're done. Oh. You're in Facebook jail for 24 hours.
Oh, then I hope they don't find my old videos, because they're all
fucking seriously. I'm like, you can't be doing this to us. It's my favorite word.
Yeah, speaking of words that mean different things, they can use that word in England and they can use that word in Australia. But if I say that word, every woman in the room is going to hit me with something.
Yeah, I know.
But over there, it's normal.
Is hella. Like I use the
Yeah.
word hella, I would say at least about 127 times a day.
Right. Well, Chris,
That's my word.
they also made really good driving lights. Hella. They were a driving light company back in the day, right? From good old rally days and stuff like that. They were one of the best headlights you could get. But I see HELA.
Oh, I'm
Hella.
sorry. And also I use the word motherfucker a lot.
Oh, I use that.
And that's it.
That's my favorite word.
No,
I'm Irish.
I know.
Yeah.
No, because see, I spell it MUHFUGGA because I don't want to be disrespectful and use mother and then we say mom.
Now, Chris,
I say mom.
when I was a kid, my uncle would, if he's a carpenter, if he hit his thumb with a hammer when he was working, he would say cheese and crackers. And I would say, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
And he'd say, well, you can't take the Lord's name in vain.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is he trying to say? Cheese and crack. Are you trying to say Jesus Christ? And he would say, you can't say that. And I said, well, if you're using cheese and crackers as a stand-in for taking the Lord's name, then you're still taking the Lord's name. It's the intent behind the word. So exactly. I would use the same argument, Chris. If you're saying motherfucker, then you're still saying motherfucker.
Yes, but the intent, it's somewhat
it's in the universe. The intent is still there.
Yeah, but but it's kind of like it's like a flowing word because you don't want to use mother. Speaking of which, why is it that there's no father fuckers? Is that do like father fuckers exist? I mean, it's like we hear motherfucker, but no father fuckers.
Hey, there's an entire demographic of men who are into father fuckers. So.
Well, it's
I'm sure it exists.
Filth and filth.
And I'm not drawing a line. I'm not saying that there's anything, whatever you do you and I'll do me. But they exist, and all the old women, all the women in the room that like single fathers.
Chugga's just said it. Oh, we exist.
So yeah. I would say yes, they do exist, Chris. Hey, Chris, on a side note, milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
Oh, man. It really depends on the season that I'm in. If it's like fall heading into it, like in the winter, then I'm all milk chocolate. I'm all milk chocolate. But if it's like this time of the year, you know what I'm saying, here in the Bay Area, where it's like the weather is somewhat nice, start of spring heading into summer, it's dark chocolate. It's dark chocolate.
Okay. How about this? A mint chocolate? Yes or no?
Oh, hell no, man. Are you serious? Man, that is like the worst. Who the hell invented this? What person thought that, hey, mint is a pretty popular flavor. Let's cover it in chocolate. Who the hell thought of that? That is so asinine. Mint chocolate? It's like York peppermint patty? How do they make money? Who the hell eats a York peppermint patty? Who eats a York peppermint patty? Look, it's certain things you cannot put chocolate on. You know, it's just certain things. I know chocolate is like this beautiful, exotic, eccentric, delicious food. This plant, because it comes from a plant, it comes from the cocoa bean. I know this is like a great product, but you really crossed the line of disrespect by covering a piece of milk with chocolate. That's hella disrespectful. And look, whoever did that shit is a dumb motherfucker. All right, see, I'm just putting that out here, right? You just don't do it. Why not just put chocolate on like a peppermint stick and see how that works out? You know what I mean? It's like, come on, bro. That is hella disrespectful. You know, I mean, goddamn, man. You know, yeah, I mean, okay, like chocolate covered strawberries, or chocolate covered French fries. I go with chocolate covered French fries. Okay, it's like, like that's not a problem. Even chocolate covered Brussels sprouts. You know what I'm saying? I don't have an issue with that.
What? What?
I mean? Yes.
Where
chocolate covered Brussels sprouts.
I have to agree that mint chocolate is horrible to me. And I hate it. But people in the chat room are rebelling against you, Chris. They're saying mint chocolate chip ice cream and triple chocolate mint now Amanda Gallagher just got on my shit list because I love the chocolate orange. At Christmas time, I had to import chocolate oranges because of the COVID. None of the stores here had them. I got chocolate oranges from Ireland.
Oh, yeah, I know the ones. They're so good.
I had to order them from Ireland.
Ooh.
Have you never seen these?
I've seen them. I've never tried one.
So it's a ball. It comes as a ball. Oh. It's shaped like an orange. It's a ball. And when you get it, you whack it on the counter because it's built as little wedges, like an orange slice, and it is chocolate that is infused with orange oil. So that you get a chocolate, and then I would love here. This goes to all of my my DIY people that listen to the show. Perfect me a milk chocolate orange flavor.
Yep. It's not an easy task because
chocolate is hard and orange is fucking hard.
Chocolates are easy actually, but it's the center that you need to get right. You got to mix 3 different oranges, and then you got to give it 2 tangerines to mellow it out. Otherwise, it's what's your mouth shut up? Oh, here we go. Everyone, take care, Victor.
See,
flavoring. Oh God, chugga. Seriously.
Well, I'm sorry. It took me a while. I'm sorry, but that's how passionate I am about chocolate. I'm in love with the
as passionate as as you are about your women.
No, because I only have one woman, so and she's chocolate. So it's kind of works out. You know what I'm saying? No, but I mean, trust me. We all have that one thing that we really truly enjoy, and who we will stab a motherfucker over if they got too close and said something disrespectful. Chocolate is just my thing. Don't do weird kind of experiments and shit with chocolate. You know what I'm saying? Putting like chocolate on like spaghetti or some wild ass shit like that. Don't do that.
Actually, I've seen There's an ice cream company that actually extrudes their ice cream into like a mound of noodles. It looks like noodles, and then they put chocolate sauce on top.
Yep.
No,
but it's ice cream.
No,
It's
really
ice cream
good though. It's
that,
really
that
good.
looks like noodles, but it's really ice cream with chocolate syrup on top. Now, you can't complain about ice cream with chocolate syrup on top.
No, I cannot. But it's just if you use spaghetti or pasta in it, then I'm ready to throw hands.
It's just ice cream that they put into a machine that comes out as noodle shaped, but it melts like it doesn't. Amanda Gallagher actually brings up something that I've had and I have enjoyed. Is chocolate covered bacon. Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
That is good. Yeah, that is delicious.
Yeah, I know.
That's I mean, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that anything is better than chocolate, but put bacon with anything and it's automatically better.
Yep.
Yeah, and like you can't use like the Oscar Mayer bacon shit. You got to get like the big 10-pound bag of bacon cuts, where they just cut up pieces of a pig, and God knows if it's from the pig's ass or not. We don't know, but you just you fry it, and it is so salty, and you get some really good chocolate, really good milk chocolate. Melt that damn boy.
Some Ghirardelli. Is that good chocolate?
Look,
that's in San Francisco, right?
Pancetta works better than bacon.
Look! I tell you something that's really weird, right? Where I stay at, like the actual Ghirardelli factory where they make chocolate is like less than half a mile away from my house. And when I come home at night and I get out of my car, you can just smell the chocolate. It's like
you need to go to Hershey.
Coming in from the west, and it just drowns out the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood just smells like chocolate.
I took my wife to Hershey, Pennsylvania, to the Hershey factory. They have an amusement park at Hershey, and do you smell? I mean, that doesn't matter what time of day you walk outside and breathe in, you're smelling chocolate in Hershey.
Mm-hmm.
We all need to visit Chris. Chris, do you have a lot of guest rooms? Because there's a lot of people that want to come visit you.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually sitting in one now. It's the guest room / laundry room, and this is where I'm at. If you see, and you can tell I'm in the laundry room, right? Because I have a towel section. This is the word towel here, and over here is sheets. So with my wife and my daughter, when they have towels, they know where to put them. You know what I mean? I mean, look, look.
Got a hamper
basket right here. Yeah, I have a towel. So I'm actually coming to you live from my laundry room.
From the laundry room. Hey, some of the women wouldn't mind sleeping there because they could throw the washing machine off balance and then sit on top of. Oh, never mind.
I mean, it's convenient. You know what I'm saying? Because if just going on just imaginary type things, if you wanted to experiment, there's a futon here, but also there's the washer right here. I mean, like it's basically a multi-purpose room.
Yeah. So that's the one guest room. So everybody's gonna have to like schedule out their weekend at Chris's house so that they all don't show up at one time. Just saying, because he's only got one guest room, and you're gonna have to make sure that you're awake for laundry day.
Well, actually, it's two. I have what you call a mother-in-law room. fuck. And so it's like inside there's like a room, there's like a bathroom, a shower, you know what I mean? It's just no heat because we don't, because nobody stays back there. We just kind of just put shit in there, and that's like my other vaping room. Yeah, but there is that. Let's see. Like what else? I got like tool shed, little minor tool shed, but like outside of that, it's like the magic happens in the laundry room.
Oh, the magic happens in the laundry.
This is some of these comments are absolutely hilarious. Smelling chocolate and riding the washing machine. I don't need an off-balance washing machine. I've got a Harley.
Oh goodness! And see, and you know what's cool about the washing machine is that it's not working properly. So if you put too many clothes in it, when it hits the spin cycle, it just. So there's there's that aspect of it. If you're into like getting busy on malfunctioning washers, there's that. You know what I'm saying?
If the washing machine is a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
Yep.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Oh, and I'm not drinking. This is me sober. It would be way worse if I was drinking.
You get banned in less than a minute.
Yeah, I mean, but see, I know what you're thinking. Like, why don't you get a new fucking washing machine? But it's been like this for like 2 or 3 years, and I've kind of grown accustomed to it, and I trust it.
Chris, what happens if you mention to your wife, "Hey, I think we should get a new washing machine"? She says, "No, don't take my washing machine."
No, it's not her washing machine. It's my washing machine.
Oh.
See, that's why it's been here for 2 or 3 years. I have to call a repairman to come out and fix it. You know what I mean? Why would I want to do that when it's basically it's part of the family now? You know what I mean? Why do I want to do that? Only cost like maybe like $50 to just fix it, or just go out and spend like $200 to get another one. No, I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's family. It's friendly. It's comfort.
It's part of the family.
It's part of the family. Yes, indeed.
Part of the family.
Oh, you're right.
So Chris, are you still into the jellies?
Jellies.
I thought you were vaping some sort of jelly e-liquid.
Oh no! I have not vaped any. What I'm vaping now is I'm vaping some kind of strawberry melon sour juice from a vape company. I'm not going to mention their names, but it's kind of like my throwaway juice, because as vapors we all have a certain amount of supply if you do order online, and you always get like bad juice to tie you between, tie you over from touching a really good juice. So I'm making this strawberry melon sour.
This is okay, but I'm waiting on my shipment of this one to come in. So this is I get what you're saying.
Don't worry, we haven't forgotten about you, Chris. We've got a Tootsie Roll coming for you as well. So don't worry.
Oh yeah. But also, Paul, we're also developing a line of Tic Tac flavors for you.
Yeah, that's not. Look, don't worry. Look, here we go.
We're gonna call it Paul's orange Tic Tac, and Paul's green Tic Tac, and Paul's white Tic Tac.
So Paul, so like you have issues with Tic Tac. Like, if you do, please explain. I need to know. I need to know what is your beef with Tic Tac.
I don't have an issue with Tic Tacs. This conversation came up in in a private chat group on Twitter, and someone was trying to explain or say to someone that my pecker is about the size of a Tic Tac. And I just laughed at them.
Oh wow! Now, so this person that described your genitalia, have they seen your genitalia, sir? Well, they can say, oh yeah,
No.
he's definitely he's more of a tick than a tack. Is that it?
It's no Tic Tac.
And it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Man, gotta hope it was.
My battery's the size of a Tic Tac.
we got Chris on that one.
Hey, I don't have to compensate. I don't have to compensate by having a 300 watt mod. I can walk around and be quite happy with a 18350 mod.
Yeah, but that's also beautiful.
Hey, you know what? It's not about the size. It's about the flavor. Right? It's about the flavor, right? Look at it. Look. See, look, man. He's just comfortable. Look, bam. Look at that.
Well,
middle
and
finger to the world.
This is one of my tobaccos, so I know it's good.
Oh, God.
I know it's good. Ow.
Oh man. Hey, so,
right,
you know what? I've had a really great time on the show. We basically covered just like a lot of issues, a lot of different topics. Tic Tacs, motherfucker.
I'm going braceless. I'm taking the brace off.
Yeah, I can't find mine. I can't find my one at the moment. Don't worry, I'm going to have a pair of them soon. So
I'm going braceless for a little while. My knee is killing me, and I don't. I'm not ready. Chris is trying to bow out because he's got life and things to do.
Oh no! Look, hey, I got like nowhere to go. I'm at home. I can see.
He wasn't even scheduled to come on.
He's got to do the washing.
Maybe he's going to lean against the washing machine.
It's not fun just leaning on a washing machine by yourself. I don't know if anyone's ever tried that or not. Maybe.
Well, you say it's not fun, so apparently you tried it.
No, I've never tried that. But it just feel like, you know what? It'll be hard to really enjoy a spin cycle on a 20-year-old washing machine by myself. It just would not work out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And please, like people in the chat. Okay, look, these is jokes. All right, it's all it is. This is a show based on entertainment and education. This is what it's all about. You know what I mean? This is the Sons of Liberty. It's education. It's entertainment.
Oh my God! Here we go. Oh, here we go. 6 out of 10 stars.
Chug is talking about herself now. So, Chugga, have you lost a wine bottle yet?
Oh God!
Yolanda's in the room. She's actually is a Kiwi. She's she works with Dr. Mara Glover, and we had her on the show about 6 months ago, and she drank an entire bottle of wine, and got quite entertaining. And then she said, "I lost my wine. I don't know what happened to my wine." She drank the whole bottle, and Chugga will say whatever she is thinking. She doesn't care, and we love her for that.
Yeah, but that's the way. That's the way you should be, though. Simple.
Yeah,
there's no reason to have big filters. Big filters are a hindrance. Always speak the truth, regardless of whether it might hurt somebody's feelings. If it's the truth, you know what they say: the truth will set you free. So I always say the truth.
Come on. Like, come on. Come on. We got to get more creative than that. You know what I mean?
So Chris, are you one of those people that if you had to say something to somebody that was the truth, but you knew it was going to hurt their feelings, would you say it?
Well, I mean, to just come out and just be like, okay, look, I got something to tell you. You just give me 10 minutes, and I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. No, I'm more of like a conversationalist that tries to get to the root of a situation, the root of a problem with a person, what they're going through, what their mindset is. I try to get to the root of the problem so we can both work on each other together, because I got issues with people, where I might have done something stupid or said something stupid or not done anything at all, not done enough. And people have really come out of nowhere and calling me a bunch of motherfuckers and just being really just showing that tough love when you really didn't have to do that. We can sit down as adults, like over, some coffee or, some beer or something like that, and we can address the issue. It's okay. that is hindering my personal growth or that person's personal growth. There is ways it's like, just be respectable and gentle with other people's feelings, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody is going through some shit that I might not know about or you might not know about, and it just come out to them like, you know what? You're a fucking piece of shit. You know what a fucking asshole. No, I can't do that. No, it's like, look, okay, it's like you did some foul shit. Okay.
Well, I mean,
let's sit down and try to figure out how we cannot allow this to happen again.
Well, for example, for years, I have been willing to come on this show and tell motherfuckers that are in this industry, you are the reason we're in the fucking situation we're in.
Yeah.
And name names. There are people that have profited greatly on being an advocate for this industry and have profiteered their way through an entire state's advocacy budget and done nothing but enhance their own position and has tried to torpedo advocacy in other states and all over the country. And I have for years called the motherfucker out. And you know what? This person in certain circles is beloved. And you may not know who it is, but you're right there next to him in California, and who has done nothing but damage the industry. And people still love him. He's still active in California. He's irrelevant everywhere else in the world now, but in California, he's still pretending like he's a big dog. But he tried to torpedo Demetrius and I, and we're still here, and he's not. So, but I will call people out for their shit. And I don't care if it hurts their feelings or not. People that I love, people that I know in this industry who I would call friend, but I would never do business with them. Wow. And I'm not afraid to, I am not afraid to say, you know what, motherfucker, you're the reason we're in the situation we're in.
Yep.
I got no
So,
qualms
so,
about calling people out in public, dragging them through the dirt, and showing everybody in the world what they really are. And I got no problem with that. So yeah.
so basically, my approach to just to kind of like be like to try to get a person to see like the bigger picture, the clear picture about the action that they done. It's like my shit is wrong. Is that it? That I should be out there with a bullhorn standing in front of the house. You know what I'm saying? Just be like, like fuck you, you a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why. I don't know what kind of piece of shit patterns were established in your family prior to you born. But you probably, if you're a piece of shit, you'll probably people in your family are a piece of shit too. Is that it?
Well, no, I would never call into question somebody's upbringing or somebody's parents. I have a big deal with like people like going after other people's mamas, for example. That whole thing. Like I am a mama's boy, and I will cut a motherfucker for saying something about my mama. So yeah, I try to steer clear of attacking people's families and how they were raised, because more than likely their parents were probably trying to do the best they could. Not always, but more than likely. And you go after my mama, and yeah, you're in deep shit. Like, you can go after my dad all you want. He was a horrible human being. Go after my mama, you're dead. My mom was a substitute teacher. My mom was a substitute teacher when I was in high school. She was a substitute teacher at the school that I went to. And in like fourth period, somebody comes up to me and goes, "Hey, yo, that guy spit on your mom today." That guy was, yeah, no. I put a garbage can over his head and then beat the garbage can with a baseball bat. And the principal walked around the corner, saw what I was doing, and walked away.
Well, do you think if you would have just beat him with a bat without the can, you think the principal probably would have kicked you out of school?
Probably. But the garbage can was full of garbage when I poured it over his head. Oh. And my best friend handed me the baseball bat because I had the garbage can, he had the bat.
Oh my goodness! So did your friend already have the bat when you approached him? That, hey, this motherfucker said some foul shit about my mom, and he was like, "I got a bat." Like, did you want to use it? Did you need the bat? And you were like, yeah.
It was all premeditated. It was all premeditated.
Yeah, well, I've done that. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. That's why I used the bat. Simple.
Yeah, no, I mean,
that's
we did
shit.
Now, I'm going to say this, and this is not me saying, this is not me as an old man saying, you kids get off my yard, or get off my yard, or off my grass, or whatever. But, like, we did shit when I was a kid in school that nowadays they'd be putting our asses in jail. And, like, it's I look back and go, oh shit, nowadays I would be in prison for doing the shit that we did. I put a kid into his locker and and then pulled the lockers down, and he was stuck inside of his locker for an hour and a half until they came and picked him up.
Wow, that's hella gangster.
But
man, that is ruthless.
Yeah, I mean, the kids the kids today. I mean, they use words, and we used words then. And back in those days, you could say words, and that was it. It was over with. You just had a fight. It was just words. Nowadays, you say words, and with the invention of microaggressions and different things, I've heard that it's now justified to commit physical violence in reaction to harsh words.
Well, I mean, Yeah, I mean, but it
I
really
mean, Chris,
depends
you're
on how
you're
your skin is.
we're about the same age. When you were in school, how many times did guys square off and bump chests together and start screaming at each other, and that was it?
Oh, that was rare. That was rare. When I mean, when it's time to, I mean, like you would see that between two friends, who kind of grew up together, or family members or something like that, and and it just it looked like something was about to happen, but then it kind of didn't, But I've seen some really great fights in school. I was a part of a great fight where I dropped a guy who attacked me after class because I was laughing at something that a classmate said about him that I thought that shit was hilarious. It was funny, and all the other kids were laughing. So it was like class is over. You walk into the next class, and this is like in junior high school. So the guy who had made fun of, he kind of came out of nowhere and tried to throw a punch at me. I mean, just came out of nowhere, and then he missed. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? And he was like, you laughing at me, motherfucker. And then he tried to hit me again. And then I kind of got out the way, and then I punched him in the stomach. And he dropped like a 5-pound mod.
You hit somebody in the guts. You hit him just right in the guts. They're down, man.
Yeah, and
it
I was
don't
like,
feel good.
I'm like, dude, like, what are you doing? And people was like expecting me to like really just jump on. And I was like, hell, I'll probably see him in the next class. We got the next class together. So why would I want to beat his ass when I see him sitting like 2 rows behind me? Man? It's like, come on, man. I'm not doing all that. That's not worthy of a quality junior high school athlete.
Have you ever been punched in the gut?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
And I mean, you that it doesn't feel good. No, I mean it. But then you watch these boxers.
No.
You watch these boxers, and they're like body blow, body blow, body blow, and you're like, how that hurts? I could never be a boxer. Hey, I got a big belly, but
see, I'm like, I'm all about protecting myself, but at like this stage in my life, I really have to pick and choose my fights more carefully because,
well, at your age,
it's
not a good idea for you to take a fall,
You have to be there next year. But no, I mean, because it's certain kind of things you have to take into consideration when you're about to squab. It's like, okay, I really want to kick his ass, but I have like back problems, and I don't want to like throw a punch and end up throwing my back out. And number 2, since I deal with the public, you know what I mean, as a bus operator, I don't want to show up to work with a black eye. So I mean, it's like you really have to weigh the options, like depending on your occupation. If you don't have shit to do, you know what I'm saying? Then like just go for it, like kick his ass. But I really have to be careful because I might injure myself trying to injure somebody else. And once I throw a punch and I miss and my back goes out, you're just gonna have to call the ambulance to come and get me out of here because I won't be able to stand up. So that's like,
yeah. Chris is like this guy. Chris is like, we're gonna have a fight now. We're gonna have some rules though. No hitting above the head here. No face punches. Don't you got a bad back? Okay, me too. So no hitting each other in the back.
Exactly. we have to work this out. You know what I mean? It's like, look, it's like, what is your occupation? You know what I'm saying? And if you're a construction worker, you don't give a fuck showing up to work with your hands all bloody and knuckles bleeding and teeth missing and shit like that. But like what if I work at a cash register at IKEA? You know what I'm saying? I can't, they'll send me home without pay if I show up to work with my teeth missing and look like my eye like the size of like a red onion. You know what I'm saying? So you got to take those things into consideration at my age, at my physical age. There's just some things that I have to kind of like work out to see if this works.
When I said at your age, when I said at your age, it wasn't a hit because I'm only a year younger than you, and I fell last year in the shower and broke my leg. So, just falling in the shower, you can cause serious problems. I've been laid up for an entire year and, just now had the surgery to correct the mistake I made in the fucking shower. Let me tell you, there are certain acrobatic things you shouldn't try to do in the shower once you reach a certain age.
Who says?
Yeah. See,
now, I mean, you watch movies and they show fun things happening in the shower, and let me tell you, it's not nearly as enjoyable as it looks on screen. I'm just telling you that,
No,
now the hot tub is a completely different thing.
Yeah, hot tub, because you're submerged for the most part. If you slip and fall, you'll just splash water outside of like the hot tub. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, you know what? I guess that's a lesson learned, right? I guess that's a lesson learned. Like to make sure that there's water in the tub before we engage in any kind of extracurricular activities. You know what I'm saying? Start the shower, like plug it up so the water won't drain out. Then we can, get down and dirty and handle our business, because if we fall, I know the water will break my fall and my knee won't be operated on, and I don't have to show crazy videos of a needle being inserted inside of my knee to like a group of like.
You want to see the drill? People. You want to see the drill again? You want to see the drill?
Hell yeah! Show me the drill again. And like, this is the reason why I tapped in this show in the first place. I've been waiting, man, to see the scope, to see the meat, the fluids. You know what I mean? Getting in there. This is the only reason why I tapped in, man. I swear to God. That's on my
just for the drill video? Yeah, just for the drill video, huh?
Drill video?
Did you not? You weren't here, Paul.
Yeah, no, I know, but I was having my own knee issues. But no,
I'm pretty sure yours was not on the video.
I actually had my whole surgery when they did my femoral arthroplasty. So yeah, I've been through heavier than what Patrick's been through. I've already had mine replaced. So
wow.
Yeah, I've just had 4 delicate surgeries, and he's had multiple not delicate surgeries.
I'm up to, just on my knees alone, this will be number 18.
Wow. Dude, you should
Paul
be playing
is
in the NBA, man.
Paul is a rickety old man. Like he's too damaged.
Yeah. Like, do you play football for a living, Paul? My goodness gracious.
No, not football. It's racehorses.
Oh, yeah. Like big, huge animals are probably, probably put you in really bad situations.
They will fuck you up very quickly.
And not even do it purposefully. Like, not even know that they're doing it. Like,
no.
They're not evil. They just, okay, some horses are evil, but
hey, I've had my fair share of evil ones, but probably the scariest one was a young colt, and I was in the box with him. He didn't know that he was so big. He's just turned around and flicked me up the wall. That was
wow.
Yeah. He didn't even know that he'd done it, and then he's actually turned around and started licking me to make sure that I was okay. He didn't even know that he'd actually done it.
Wow.
So yeah, it's I've got a very large surgical history, but we're not going down that pathway. Hey.
Patrick scrolling through like the hundreds of hours of of his operation video to try to.
I'm finding the most grotesque one, the most bloody one.
Well, I'm just giving you a heads up. I have not eaten, so I will be throwing up when you show it. So bring it on, man. Bring it on.
Bring it on, he says. Okay. So for those of you that missed it 2 weeks or last week or 2 weeks ago, we'll do the replay again here. Let's see. That one is video 4. There we go. There we are.
Oh yeah, arthroscopic surgery. Here we go.
Yeah.
It's the coolest fucking thing ever.
Yeah. This is amazing.
Wow. There's the drill.
Hello.
Oh. Gee.
That's fucking epic.
Oh, I'm glad I'm hungry right about now.
Oh, this isn't even the good part yet. Wait.
Yeah. When they come in and start doing
here comes the other one. Here comes the other one. There's gonna be another one here in a second.
Oh, they're using that. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've seen all this stuff before.
That's like a crowbar that's just placed in there to space the bones out. So that there it comes.
Yep.
Blood.
In we come. Yep.
Wow.
It's cool as fuck though. Like. Yep.
It's kind of like watching like the rover on Mars, just kind of just roaming around looking at shit. This is what it's on that level. You know what I mean? It's on that kind of level.
You know, when I went to see the doctor the other day, you know, I saw him on Monday, and he was like, you know, I was talking to him about the video, and he's like, now you do realize on screen that drill bit looks massive.
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's really not very big at all. I was like, yeah, I know, but I mean, you're inside of the joint capsule. This is, you know, obviously it's not. It's it's an 8 millimeter drill bit, so you know, it is.
Here it comes. Yep. Doing the cleaning. Yep. Off we go.
Yeah, got to suck out all the. Got to make sure that the channel is big enough.
Yeah, bone particles.
You're gonna suck up a lot of that is shaved from the meniscus as well.
Yep.
And going up through.
Yep. It's cool as hell, actually, how they do like arthroscopic surgery. I love it.
That is amazing.
The last one they split my leg open. This one is just orthoscopic. The same. It's the same exact ligament. But just in 15 years, they've progressed to the point where they don't even have to cut you open anymore to replace that ligament that just 15 years ago that they had to cut your leg open to do.
Yeah, correct.
You know, that's amazing. You know, with this kind of technology we have, like, just imagine if this was like 200 years ago, like they probably like chop your leg off at the knee.
No, they'd just be taking you out behind the barn and shooting you.
Yeah. You'd be taken out the paddock and you wouldn't worry about it. But the other one, I've got a couple of cool videos where they're actually they go in through an arthroscope first to actually shave the face of the bone.
Yeah.
And then they'll open you up completely. So they'll go in, they'll do most of the work and do the shaving, and then they'll open you up completely. It's safer to do like the shaving of the tibial face and things like that through an arthroscope, shave it all off, and then go in, open you up to do the rest of the work. When I had the bone grafting done, where the tibia, see that's a clean face. That's good.
Yeah, they've already gone through and cleaned a lot of it out on this one.
Yeah. That's really clean in comparison to what mine looked like.
That looks...
Yeah, that's clean. That just looks like I'm looking around that looks like I'm looking around inside a fish's gut. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
That's cool as hell though. But okay, Chris, if you can imagine like your two bones, your femur and your tibia where they join and your knee, okay? And the tibial face at the base, at the very top of your tibia, I actually snapped that completely through, right through the typical, the actual surface. That was snapped. So they had to bone graft. That's the cool little cutter that I love.
Yeah, that's the smoother.
Yeah. That's the one that I love to watch. It looks like it's eating it up, like just going through, and that's shit like this. I love watching surgery. Love watching it. Love it, love it, love it.
That's amazing. That is so dope. That is dope.
But when I snapped the tibial face just below the knee, they actually had to go in and try and take a piece of bone from down lower on the tibia to actually put in to rebuild that tibial surface. And then I had these two big screws just below the knee. And I didn't, and what was it, 12 months later, they removed the screws. And then 6 months later, after they removed the screws, I did the same exact injury. I snapped it again. So I had to have that done again. So I had more screws back in. But I was still back, tibial plateau. That's it. Yeah. So, and I've had that done twice. And then when I had femoral arthroplasty, where they actually completely shaved off the face of the femur and encased it, it looks like this big stainless steel claw that's sitting on there. It's cool as fuck. Right.
Sounds like he's very accident prone. I think Paul's very accident prone.
I used to actually sit there and watch them do arthroscopes on horses to take bone chips away from their knees on horses, and I was blown away. And when I used to sit there and look at all the little instruments and all the little cutters and stuff, I went, oh, because it's all shiny and it's really cool. I like, yeah.
So obviously you have this. This is like your thing, something you enjoy watching. If say like he had a friend who didn't have medical insurance, could he come to you with the same issues that he had? Like, look, it's like I blew out my knee like in 2 places. Can you do some surgery on me? Could you tighten me up, Paul? You know, anyway you can hook me up. I get the utensils. You know what I mean? Yeah. You just gotta just hook me up.
One of my orthopedic surgeons years ago said to me, he said, we want to try this new procedure out on you. When I had the femoral face replaced, it wasn't commonly used in someone my age, and it lasted. That was done in 2009 when I had that replaced, and they still had to go in every 12 to 18 months and actually do maintenance, right? And so all my friends in the industry, they all used to just laugh at me and say, look, you got to go and have maintenance. And I said, yeah, I'm just like an android. I've got to have maintenance. And now that I'm getting older, right, it's very different. I've got to now go through a bilateral knee replacement. So they're going to replace both knees at the same time and lengthen my left leg back to the original length, because it shrank during the different surgeries.
Oh wow!
So yeah. But they've got to the point now where they can actually 3D print titanium knees for you, whole new joints. It's wild.
Oh, that's damn impressive.
Dude,
That's impressive.
it is so cool. You see the videos of the actual knees being like built in a 3D printer, and you actually watching it getting built. And then 6 to 10 hours later, you've got this section of the knee. And I'm like, whoa, that is cool as fuck.
I need that in me. That is something I need attached to me.
Well, that's what they're actually doing.
He wants to be a robot. He wants to grow up and be a robot. So
yeah. Well, see, look, my shirt says it all. Me. But the really cool part is, okay, there was a movie many moons ago called Westworld, okay, of androids, and then they did a TV series called Westworld, and they started bringing out a lot of the props they use with these industrial 3D printers for actually printing bodies, and I want to get to that part with technology. And if something fucks up in me, I just want to have a new part printed and you can go and throw it in. I don't have a problem. I think it's as cool as fuck what they've got to now in surgery.
All right, I'm going to show you guys something. Yesterday I designed a T-shirt for my wife's nursing group, and I need an opinion. Okay, so oh shit, it's doing it. I hate it when it does that. I don't know why it does that. Periodically, it does that. But this is
it's Texapino nurse. That's cowboy boots and thongs.
Right.
You know what?
That's cool.
You know what? I rock it. I rock it.
So
you got the state of Texas cowboy hat and flip flops.
Cowboy hat and flip flops, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And a stethoscope.
Right. Yeah. And then obviously the yellow rose of Texas. So and this is the logo that I designed last year for their group.
That's really fucking cool, actually.
That's dope.
They wanted to see it in a gray.
Right.
So I did it so that they could see what it looked like.
Nah.
I think the baby blue is probably better.
I like the blue. Yeah, you use the blue T-shirt and print that on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's dope. Hella creative.
So yeah, that's what I did yesterday. So you guys say the blue, and that's what I said. But one of the nurses wanted to see it with a gray shirt.
I'd like to see it in Scrubs colors as well. In that grainy, blue.
Every facility uses a different. So the thing
different
about
colored scrubs.
Every department has a different color. So physical therapy is one color, nursing is one color, so forth and so on, and it's not universal. No. So in one facility, PT could be wearing maroon, and then you go to another facility and you take a job at another facility, and you have to buy all new scrubs because
all right, point taken.
Because of that, but Paul's seen this one. This is some just doodling that I was doing to. I was messing with 5 Ponds. I was messing with Jay at 5 Ponds, and I said, "Hey, I'm coming out with my new e-liquid line, and I want to show you the branding that I've designed for the e-liquid line."
What did Jay say? What was Jay's?
He said that looks great. He never.
That's all he said.
He said, "Dude, you're pretty good. You're pretty good at that."
I like that stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick one of these to put on my e-liquid brand.
I think
Like
the
I'm
center
gonna
one
like
actually.
I love this one.
Yeah,
This
that's the one I like.
Yeah.
That's the one I like as well.
Yeah.
That'll work
So-
well.
Yeah, the problem is that I'm not actually coming out with an e-liquid line. It was just me messing with him, but it does look good.
Yeah. That is very dope. Very, very creative.
See,
Because they're
I
five
actually-
ponds, I would just call it Rook.
Yep. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, everyone's saying the middle one. I actually want to come up with scrubs for when I go back working in labs making liquid again. I'd actually like molecules all over the scrubs, like PG, VG, nicotine molecules all over the scrubs.
If you're doing like an all over print, that's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it'll look
it's one thing.
dope.
It's one thing to get it like embroidered and on your right or left side, but it's another to do an all over print.
Yep.
It's not cheap. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
Your best bet is to go to China and order a fabric and then have somebody that that's a seamstress. That's my mom would do that.
We actually found a medical supply company.
By the way, guys, I've trademarked that Rook logos, all three of those. So don't be trying to steal my shit.
Troops in here now. He's looking at it as well. Troops all over it.
Yeah, just saying, Troop. Just saying. But you don't know that
Jay is going to love that comment. that is epic. Yeah, exactly. Eliana, I'd love to work with her and get a couple of different structures of other chemicals that I work with, like in liquid making. That'd be great to have just a print and then have it made in the scrubs.
So
that would be
somebody.
epic.
I don't remember if it was on air or off the air last week. And after Logan, or when Logan was on the show, we were talking about we don't have enough followers on YouTube to do like super chats and things like that. Because like I've always said, YouTube was an afterthought for us. We were originally a radio show, and you couldn't see our ugly faces, and then we just started doing Facebook Live, and then we eventually I had a YouTube channel with like one video on there. So then since I had the ability, I started adding the videos on YouTube, but we don't have the ability to do that. And he's like, well, you should just start a Patreon. And I'm like, why? He's like, well, you can set it so that people could just pay you like $5 a month. I have a Patreon and I don't even do a lot of stuff on it. And I gave the option to the members when I joined CASA and wasn't going to be able to do stuff as frequently. And they said just to keep it. And I'm like, I don't think I want to do that.
Oh, there's numerous ways to do it.
I mean, I don't really do this enough, but Nick Orlando at Vapors Depot and his other company, they paid all our bills this year. So it's not like we need money. I mean, obviously I need money, but I got a job. Even now that I'm on disability, I paid for short-term disability insurance when I was working so that I would get paid when I had this surgery.
Yep.
So I'm still getting a check, even though I'm not working. So I'm not going to be here begging for people to send me money. I mean, I've made jokes about people sending me, sending us money. I would, if you're going to give me $5, put it into CASA.
Correct.
Give the $5 that you would give me to CASA. Now, if you want to send me free shit, I'll take the free shit. If you want to send me, if you're an e-liquid company and you want me to wear your shirt on the air, I wear 2XL. Send me a fucking t-shirt and I'll wear your t-shirt on the air for free. Like I'm wearing the CASA shirt right now. And by the way, this is the Texas CASA shirt. You can't really see it.
Oh,
I didn't design it.
well, like
They have really cool ones for every state.
Well, since we're flashing merch, like the side merch, I have my my pouch here, which I carry with me every day. This is my.
Is that your purse?
I love this thing. No, this is my pouch. It's like I'm a man. I don't carry a purse. This is my pouch.
That's his.
This is my big pouch where I carry my bootleg e-liquid and my mods and my juices.
Bootleg e-liquid. Okay, here we go.
No, I'm saying, but there are some brands of e-liquid out there, and I'm not going to mention them on the show. That they are really good, really good e-liquids. They tried like all flavors and all mixed strengths, but it's just some that just kind of like, okay, well, obviously whoever started this company or did these flavors, they just kind of just throwing shit out there to see if it sticks. And that's fine because we all buy it. I mean, because we all need that bottle of e-juice to get us through, like until payday. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I'm rocking with this one bottle until I get my check, till I get paid. Then I get the good shit, and then I rock the good shit for a week, and then be broke, and then go back to the bootleg bad shit. And that's just how it works. That's vape life. I'm not the only one.
Sadly, my shelf here of this is my homemade e-liquids that are steeping. These are all my steeping bottles. Sadly, I mean, I vape tobaccos and there's not apparently there's not a big demand for good quality tobacco liquids, which is surprising to me.
I actually have one in here now. I've got a tobacco that I've been playing with.
Is that the one that you and I talked about, or is that a different one?
Different one. This one actually has a key lime and a Fuji apple in it. It's quite strange, but it's also got a vanilla note in there, a vanilla like cigarillo note.
Yeah,
very different.
I keep this. This is my plum cigar. I keep this always with my plum cigar. That's what this device is. Actually, I lie because I have my plum cigar in this as well.
Right. Yeah. Well, that works.
But I love
Chris,
this.
I went from high wattage. I was high wattage for a number of years, and I've gone backwards in developing for like really small single coil tanks and little side-by-side toys. I've gone backwards, gone from 50 to 150 watts back to 20 watts.
And it's still the same flavor, still good, like cloud production and things that.
Well, I mean,
it all comes down to the coils that I use as well. They're also custom made for me by a coil maker here in Australia. This
little device right here is a straight. This is not an unregulated. It's got a safety chip built in it. It's a Russian device. But it's a standard Aspire coil. This is a 0.7 ohm Nautilus coil in this little device, right? So if I vape this, I mean, is that enough vapor? or do you have to have,
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it doesn't matter how much cloud I make. It's how much does it hit me here? Like I want it to hit me here.
Yeah.
Do I get my throat hit? And I'll tell you, as a longtime vapor, people will argue with me. They'll hand me their device that's a 350 watt, jacked up, super dripping atomizer, and I'll vape it, and I'll be like, "This is too smooth. There's no throat hit, but it's hot." And they're like, "Well, that's throat hit." And I'm like, "No, that's hot. That's temperature. That's a hot vape. That is not throat hit." Throat hit is when that nicotine and that PG hits you right here.
Yeah,
that's what throat hit is. And when you take PG, PG. Not only does it sweeten the vape a little bit more than VG does,
VG sweetens it a hell of a lot further.
It also gives it a little bit of that astringent, dry punch that you need, or that I need. That's not possible with a high VG vape.
Right.
So
this one here, this is only running at 30 watts, and it's all about the coils. But the technology that's come out, and I'll openly say this, the technology that has come out in the last 12 months, even under COVID, and the single coil technology that's now on the market is mind-blowing. You can go back to like this one's at 20 watts.
And if I put a tank on this thing with two 18650 batteries, and vape it at like 18 watts, I don't have to change the batteries for like two or 3 days.
3 days.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So, it just depends.
Like I have a Drag Max.
Yeah.
This is like my all day vape, and I got did 25 setups, and I use this pretty much every day because it's so convenient, and like the flavor is really good. It's a real immediate rush of flavor to the taste buds.
Yeah,
I have 22 devices on my desk.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've only got 5 on my desk today. 6. Sorry, 6. Oh yeah. All right.
Okay, so I got the two billet.
Put the blue one away.
And I got this.
Yep. Yeah, the all blue. Yeah.
This.
Is there a mod or a setup that you just have that you never use, but you just got it because it was just so different? So
I use everything that I have. I have, for example, this device right here, this little one that I was showing you that I've been vaping.
Yep.
There's only what? How many of these? There's
Probably
only 14 of these on the planet.
Yeah.
This is number 1 of 14.
Yeah.
This is I guess you would say a collector's piece.
It's more than a collector's piece.
I still vape it. I still use it.
I've got one mod in the cupboard that I'll never use. But
there are some devices that I have that never leave the desk.
Yep.
But don't leave the house, but I still use them. And I have these really nice stabwood mods, something like this. This is one of a kind, made specifically for me.
Yeah, one-offs.
I still take this out. Like this leaves the house.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't spend money on something I'm not going to use.
No,
now there are some that I don't use as much, like the hand engraved koi mod from House of Hybrids.
Yeah,
I don't use it as much as I could, but I still use it.
No, my Geppetto I won't use. That's the only mod I won't use.
Well, the Geppettos have lost their value anyway. I've seen Geppettos going for $350 now.
Yeah. And the other one that I've got,
what was that, Chris?
Is
like Jesus, like $350. What you guys do? Sell drugs or something?
Dude, I saw a Geppetto mod go for $8,000 at a vape event.
Yep.
In an auction.
Yeah, one off.
You go to like these, certain shows are known for their being high end. So the vape showcase is one of those shows, and they have a high end modders gallery. And those guys sell those mods. They don't sell them like at the booth. Like they put them up for auction.
Yep.
Because if they put a price on them at the booth, people are going to buy them.
Yeah.
So,
straight away.
And obviously, if you put it up there and you let people see it for a few hours and then put bids on it, then they make a lot more money. So
Top Hat was like that for a long time.
Well, for a while, but he got a bad rep. So people sort of, he's not nearly as well. He's lost all of his fame.
Yep.
I wouldn't. He made. Demetrius has a custom top hat, and Phil have a custom top hat. I wouldn't turn one away. But yeah, apparently some people don't like him. I don't know what all the drama's about, to tell you the truth. But, yeah, I mean, vape shows. I miss the days when vape shows were like small, when they were like at a hotel in the banquet hall where you could sit down and talk to people and have a conversation, versus going to something like ECC where there's like, 400 vendors and it's in 3 different buildings and there's nowhere to sit down and shoot the breeze with people. And, Demetrius and I, the first event we went to was a smaller event. The first event that he and I went to at the same time, I should say. We able to sit down. We had a big fight. It was a big deal. We tried to kill each other.
A fight? You mean like a physical,
Julie Wassner had to get in between the two of us to stop us from actually having.
So was this over vaping?
It was over. It was over a podcast. It was over this. It was over podcasting.
Oh boy.
It was a miscommunication. It was neither one of us like he was mad about something that I didn't even know about that I was involved in.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it turned out that like, I didn't know why he was mad. And then when he came at me, like, I had to come back. And, it took us, I think 2 years later, he calls me and is like, hey, let's start this network. So, it was what it was. I mean, but at the time, it was all on. We were, both of us, he's Greek and I'm Irish, and both of us are known for our tempers.
So were you like looking around for a garbage can like to throw on top of his head? And
I didn't have a baseball bat, so the garbage can wouldn't have helped me.
No.
But at the time, CASA and the organization that I was part of, the Vaping Militia, were sharing a booth at an event for advocacy. And he and Phil were walking around, and I said to him something, and he said, "Oh," and it was on, and it was like, "Oh, I didn't know about that." But afterwards, it was like, "Well, shit, dude, I didn't know what you were talking about," and so forth and so on. And it was a stupid thing. But yeah, that was the very first vape event that I went to was and he was there. And yeah, Julie had to, put a barrier in between us. But yeah,
Man.
but now, like if I have something I need to get off my chest, or if I have a question, or if I have to refer to somebody, I refer to him.
Yep.
So yeah. Well, Tom, I'm still here. And Matt just made a comment 4 or 3 minutes before you, so Matt's still here.
No, there's people still here, Tom.
There's not as many people. I mean, obviously, we've sort of gotten rid of all the really cool stuff to talk about. We talked about chocolate and washing machines, and
I'm going to create I'm actually
fatherfuckers, and
I'm actually going to create a liquid just for Chris now called Spin Cycle.
Is it going to be a chocolate mint?
No, not a chocolate mint.
No. It's not going to be a chocolate mint?
No. You know what? I really appreciate it, and what you can do, and this is just my idea, that if you create, like a kind of spin cycle of e-juice, kind of like make a bottle, like make the bottle the image of a bottle of liquid detergent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at Patrick. He's like, yeah. I can see that.
All right. Do you eat white chocolate at all? Do you eat white chocolate at all, Chris?
Yes, I do.
White chocolate is not chocolate.
Yep.
Excuse me? No.
White chocolate is not chocolate.
Oh, here we go.
White chocolate is a byproduct of making chocolate.
Oh, shush.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. But see, yeah, okay. It's like it's smoother. It's a more smoother.
It's what's left over when you make real chocolate.
No,
man.
Look it up. Research your chocolates, man. I'm a fat white dude. I know all there is to know about chocolate.
So basically, white chocolate is like bologna. It's like pieces of meat just kind of just put together, like to just make this thin slice of meat. Is that what white chocolate is?
When they're separating the fats and stuff to make chocolate goes into this bin, and the white chocolate is over here, is what's left. It's the oils and stuff that are not used in the regular chocolate.
Right. Well, I was going to make a white chocolate cookie.
Does he like cookies? Do you like cookies?
Hell yeah, I got cookies.
See?
Man.
Now, in Australia, is a cookie a cookie?
Yeah.
It's not a crisp or
no, it's a proper cookie.
Biscuit?
I was going to do a white chocolate shortbread cookie for him.
Oh.
You want to throw a macadamia nut in there?
Yeah, macadamia or strawberry for a back note. Yeah, or even a caramel to get it even crazier in that respect.
My palate is so aroused right now. I mean, aroused. It is aroused. I mean, it's up there, man. It is up there.
I want everybody take a note that Paul has aroused Chris right now. It just happened.
Yeah, this is scary.
He's aroused my palate.
Raspberry, Yolanda, raspberry is that's a headache to work with.
Cough syrup.
Yeah, that goes into the realm with cherry. Cherry's the other one that I'm not a happy fan of. Ugh. Robitussin.
Oh, and Matt's throwing in that he wants salted caramel.
Yeah, Wonder Flavor salted caramel. Yeah, sure.
I think that
can work. That can work.
I think that's one of the only Wonder flavors that I have.
Ooh. White chocolate salted caramel. Yeah.
Yeah. That could be decent.
That makes sense.
Oh no, I have the peanut brittle from Wonder Flavors as well.
That makes sense. All right, that's not a problem.
Yay!
So rousing. So
His taste buds got a hard on.
That's easy. Because I actually,
his taste buds have a raging boner.
Yeah, indeed. You know, man, like God forbid if I ever lost my taste, man. I think, please, that's it. Life is over. That's it. You know, hey, babe, look, you know what a life insurance policy is. I'm checking out. It's like that's it for me. That's it. No, why? Because I lost my taste. The hell with all that. No, I'm good. You know, I got you in the wheel. You know what I mean? I got like everything laid out. Okay, I know it's early, but hey, I lost my taste buds. Just put me in the box. I'm done. Put me in the box.
Poor Chris. So, would you rather go blind, lose your hearing, lose your taste, lose your sense of touch? What's the other one? Smell. Which one would you sacrifice if you had to lose one? Which one would it be?
Wow. Jesus Christ, man, that's a hard one. Like, where do you get this from? You know what? I would probably have to say hearing. You know, I mean, it's like I'm a pretty good lip reader, and nowadays you don't have to read everybody's lips because everybody's wearing a mask. So that being said, hearing, I can take that out. Take it out.
I like music too much.
yeah, same. If I couldn't hear anymore, I'd be fucked up badly.
I don't know about sight.
Yeah, if I lost my hearing, like I've already got tinnitus. That's why I normally wear cans when I do shows, because I can't really hear what's going on. Or if I've got a system on, it's got to be fucking loud. It has to be fucking loud because of the ringing in my ears to get over it.
I have that same issue. I went to way too many loud rap concerts, and like also just okay, like you know, I'm pretty sure like everybody drives around with like loud music blaring and stuff like that. But I was one of those type of people that had like the big woofers in the trunk and like the high amp. And yeah, and you can hear me coming down the street from at least like 3-4 blocks away.
Yeah.
The only rap concert I went to see was in 1990. It was Snap. It was a band called Snap, or a rap group called Snap. Yeah. That's the only rap show that I ever went to. There's like 5 different groups, and that's the only one I can remember that was there. Oh, you know what? I lie. I saw Arrested Development too. Too. But that was a long time ago.
I saw DMX in concert 1998. He was a concert with Jay-Z, Method Man, Redman, Ghostface Killer, Ja Rule. Like hands down, like the greatest hip hop performance I've ever seen in my life was DMX. Totally, just I've never experienced that kind of energy. I mean, like the combination of rock and roll, heavy metal, and hip hop. That energy, it was amazing. I mean, it was high energy. He just used red lights. It was just red lighting. So like everybody was red, and man, I hands down the greatest hip hop performance I've ever seen. And I've been to a lot of hip hop concerts.
That was like me going and seeing Living Colour live. They were just mind blowing.
But that's not rap.
Mind blowing. No, but
I've seen them.
They were a crossover between 3 different. Yeah.
I saw them in the Cult together.
Yeah.
That was a great show.
Living Colour, unbelievable live. The Cult I've seen many, many times live. Like as for DJs, I've seen some of the best DJs in the world, and like in the very early 90s, when I first got to see Jeff Mills play live, and then when I got to see him play live at the Egg in Japan, that was also mind-blowing. But some of the big warehouse parties that we used to do, and with sound systems that we had in our cars, I had 4 12-inch subs, and then I had 6 mids and tops in each of the doors. So, yeah, I had 4 amps in there. So, don't worry about sound systems in cars. That's the least of my issues. But when I DJ'd in the late 80s, early 90s, yeah, the sound systems that we used to have in warehouse parties, like illegal warehouse parties, they were huge. They were out of control.
Yeah.
Just walls of sound. They were fun. And then some of the gigs that I went to in Detroit in the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was back over there, no, they were just out of control as well. Chicago, some of the Chicago nightclubs that I went to for the house music, wow. I never forget that. Never.
Yeah, so I don't know about hearing. I don't think I'd want to. I'd want to get rid of my hearing.
No way. If I lost hearing, Yolanda says, "Yeah, fine. You can feel the music." But no, bottom end you can feel. So be it. But I need mids and tops. I need to hear what the hats are doing, and really good drummers. When I saw Pantera live, Pantera's another band live, mind blowing. I was just there for the drumming, and I'm like, oh.
I saw Pantera in, obviously I used to live in New Orleans, and they played all over Houston and New Orleans.
Yeah.
When they were teenagers. I saw them when I was in like high school.
Yeah.
When they were a hair band.
When I think it was 93 or 94 when I saw the Beastie Boys first time live. That was brilliant.
Oh, that's smashing.
That was badass as well. Well, I sent Fight for Your Right to Party to Phil for his birthday. Yeah. And then he just fucking laughed. He said, "Yeah, you got it right, dude." Because Phil was a DJ as well, but not the same style. He's commercial. I was
a radio DJ in college. That's not the same thing as being a party DJ.
I was 4 to the floor Detroit techno when I started.
Techno.
That's all I was into. 4 to the floor Detroit techno. Dirty, grimy, in your face techno. Yeah.
See? So we can't do hearing.
No.
I can't live without my eyes.
No, either can I.
So yeah, it's gonna have to be like touch. Don't feel pain anymore.
Yeah, I'd like not to be able to feel pain.
Well, the problem is there's an actual medical condition where you lose your sense of touch and you lose your sensation and you can't feel pain. But then those people are accident prone and tend to get really bad infections because they've injured themselves and they don't even know it. And they walk around and get gangrene and then have to get stuff cut off.
Yeah.
So there's a downside to that as well.
Yeah.
I had a patient one time who has neuropathy, which is not the same thing, but obviously your extremities get numb. Mm-hmm. And she stepped on a metal jack, the game that kids used to play with the little metal things and the ball and the jacks and stuff. She stepped on one of those and walked around with it stuck in her foot for 4 days.
Oh,
Didn't know it was there. And I walked into her apartment and I could smell. I mean, wounds have an odor, and infected wounds have a bad odor, and I could smell the gangrene. It was only 4 days.
That'd be another thing for me with smell, like with what I do, like creating flavors.
Yeah,
I
you couldn't do that.
Smell. No,
Mm-mm.
I couldn't lose that.
That's how
either.
I mix.
Yeah,
that's how I decide.
And my taste buds. That's the other thing. There's a lot that I couldn't lose, but there's a few things that I could actually do without. Pain would be one.
But you'd have to just be very conscious.
Well, yeah, but
I never see. I don't hug people. See, I'm a germaphobe, so I don't hug people anyway. Like I go to vape events and people are like, I'm like, So, but some people like the sensation of being hugged, and you would lose your hugs, man.
I can't lose my hugs. I'm a hugger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like human contact. I like going to the game, to like a football game, to like a Raider game, and team score the touchdown, or like to win the game, and you just hugging random.
Since you're a Raiders fan and you hug at the touchdowns, you don't ever get to hug anybody.
Hey, we score touchdowns. We just don't win games. Okay, it's the difference.
And they're not even. You're gonna have to get a new team now. They moved to Vegas.
Yeah, what?
I mean, like Vegas is. I mean, like it's only. I mean, yeah, it's not the Bay Area and it's not Southern California. It's Southern Nevada, but it's like a 45-minute plane ride. You know what I mean? I mean, jump on Southwest. Get off at the airport. Jump in an Uber, go to the game, get smashed. Game's over. Go to the bar. Then when that's over, you just jump in an Uber, jump on a plane, and go back up to the Bay Area. It's only like, what I'm saying? It's bad. I mean, see, where I live at, I'm like right down the street from the Coliseum. I mean, like, it's like there's the Coliseum is home to me. Well, because like the A's play there, I go to A's games from time to time. If like they're playing on on like my off days, but it's like the Coliseum is just like this neighborhood thing that where it's presented, like the Coliseum is surrounded by all of Oakland. It's surrounded by, so like everything points to the Coliseum, like East Oakland, West Oakland, North Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville, like it all points to like the Coliseum, and it's so easy to get into. It's so easy to get out because you got BART, you got mass transportation, and it's people who go to games who live like right down the street. So it's so convenient. That's the part that us Raider fans, probably miss the most. Us local Raider fans, but we have Raider fans that live up in Sacramento. Some living in Gilroy, and like they travel, but for the most part, a good majority of Raider fans live right in Alameda County, and you can just take BART. You know what I mean? You can just take BART, get off at BART, go to the game. You can tailgate, have fun, drink, grill, cook, do whatever, and then you can drive home and you're like 10 to 15 minutes away. So it's that convenience factor. Some people like, a lot of Raider fans I know is like, what, fuck the Raiders. They move once, they move twice, and they just can't do it. For me, it's still a little hard to kind of just write them off because there's still a love for the Raiders because I know the team and the organization so well. And it would be hard for me to really like just not root for the Raiders and I'm just out there as a free agent fan when I don't really know a lot of organizations. Well, outside, it's like the second organization I know is the Niners. I used to do work with them and everything, so I kind of like know their history, you know what I mean, and liking their players as well. But I couldn't be a Niner fan, a diehard Niner fan. I root for the Niners, not to win, but not to lose either. I just like to see them play well. You know what I mean? And if they lose, that's great. If they win, that's great. But
the Raiders haven't been worth a damn since Jim Plunkett played for them.
Yeah, you know what? I totally agree. There is nothing you can say bad about my team that I would go, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna take these fucking headphones off. I'm about to drive to Texas to kick your ass. Pretty much everything that every non-Raider fan says about the Raiders is 95% accurate. Is 95% accurate, and that it's like look at the Steelers. The Steelers have had only 5 coaches in 50 years. They've had 5 coaches. The Raiders in 50 years have had 50 coaches. You know what I mean? So it all comes down to ownership and how serious they are about winning and getting the right people in there. And the Raiders, and Al Davis got rest his soul. He just couldn't get it right. He had it right on a few occasions, but he thought he could just get it back just like that. And
the Raiders can lose money. They lose game? I mean, this for them, the vast majority of money that organization makes comes from merch.
Yeah,
people love Raiders merch, and they have bad years. They still make money from selling jerseys and helmets, and I mean, they have an image, and people love that image. They're like the bad boy image, I remember in the 80s when they got in trouble for headhunting and they wore that like a badge. They're like, yeah, we purposefully go out to hurt specific players, and that's what we do, and fuck you. And I mean, that's what they do. I mean, come on, they had Bo Jackson play for them.
Yeah.
But if you're a wrestler, if you're into like the WWE, and you had to pick a wrestler or a tag team that were the image of the Raiders, it would be the Road Warriors. Are you familiar with wrestling?
Not wrestling, but I remember the Raiders very, very well. I was a Niners.
The Road Warriors came out with mohawks, and they had war paint on their face, and they had these they were football pads with like spikes coming out of them, and they were that's the Raider image,
Yeah, but the Road Warriors.
I'm a Saints fan. I'm a Saints fan. I can make excuses for football teams all day because I'm a Saints fan, and I was a Saints fan in the 80s when they couldn't win a game and they couldn't even make a single play. When the fans were wearing bags over their heads so that nobody could see them in the stands. I mean, I was a fucking Saints fan. I've always been a Saints fan. So, you can pick on me all day. I know all the jokes about the Saints because I'm a fan and I've even said them. I was a Celtics fan. Half the world from my generation are either Lakers fans or Celtics fans because it was those two teams in the NBA Finals for almost a decade. And you were either a Kareem and Magic Johnson guy, or you were a Kevin McHale and Larry Bird guy. I mean, that was a line that was like, that was the first time I can remember the NBA Finals being on primetime TV. The Showtime era of the Lakers, when they, in my opinion, the greatest basketball player in the history of the game was James Worthy. And he was playing for the team that I didn't like. I thought James Worthy was he was always there. If Magic tried to, make a layup and miss, James Worthy was there to make sure it was in. If somebody had to feed the ball to Magic, James Worthy was there. I think that James Worthy's probably one of the greatest basketball players in the history of the game, and he played for a team I didn't like.
See, that's one thing about being in Australia. I never followed hoops. I followed NFL. Like in pro, I followed the Niners when Rice and Montana were there back in the early days. And then as for college, I followed like the Bucks and I followed Notre Dame. That's who I followed.
Well, you brought up Joe Montana.
Yeah.
When Joe Montana was there at the 49ers, everybody's like, oh, poor Steve Young. And I'm like, why are you saying poor Steve Young?
Wow.
He's getting paid millions of dollars to show up every Sunday and be there.
Yep.
And then when Joe Montana retired, he got a promotion and he had a great career.
Correct. Exactly.
After Joe Montana.
But
I saw Joe Montana. I met like a lot of celebrities, just growing up around here. And Joe Montana was one of two people that I was literally starstruck by and didn't know what the fuck to say when I saw Joe Montana. I mean, like, we were like 6 feet apart from each other waiting for an elevator down in Santa Clara at one of these tech companies. And he was just this non-assuming guy. But when people started coming out of elevators, everybody was just like freaking out. And I'm standing there looking at him like, fucking Joe Montana. Yeah, I couldn't. I was totally speechless. The other person who literally I could not get a word out of my mouth was Vanity, the 80s pop star.
Wow.
I tell you a story. This is and trust me. And ask my wife. She was with me. Okay, we were on our way to Walmart in Union City, which is like a good 5 miles away from my house. But at the time, we were staying in Hayward. And we just go in there. This was at night. This was like 8:30 at night. And we just going around here, just going in there to get housewares. And so we park the car. We walk in the door, and there's Vanity sitting in a chair, wearing all black, and this white guy who had a mullet. This was like in the early '90s, standing there with her. And like my wife was like, "Oh my God!" And it's like I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice until my wife screams like, "Oh my God!" And she's like, my wife is a huge Prince fan, huge. In all branches of Prince that that he touched, Vanity, Sheila E., whoever, she's a fan of all that. My wife starts freaking out. I'm thinking like it's a fight about to break out. And I look and it's Vanity. And I'm like, I'm fucking speechless. I couldn't believe that Vanity is here sitting in a chair in Walmart. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't think this shit was real. I thought it was all staged. You know how, they do shit back. You know how the shows where they put people in with that celebrity and watch people's reaction. I was literally just blown away. And like my wife was like, she was talking and she was like, oh my God. She's like, what are you doing?
She was in Action Jackson.
There. Yes. Like she was there signing autographs for her church, making a little money for her church, because at the time she was married to Greg Townsend, who played for the Raiders, and they lived out here. But she also she had a church congregation. I believe it was in either Fremont or Milpitas, and so she's signing autographs. And I'm just sitting there with my hand on my hip, like, oh my God, oh my God, and it's like she asked me, did I want to take a picture with her? And I was like, hell no. And she was like, why not? Because this shit is not real. This is not real. This shit is a stage shit that Vanity That vanity is here. I was like, it's not real. I'm like, I'm walking around in circles like, this is not real. This is not real. I'm waiting for the cameras to pop out. This is not real. This is not. I don't believe this shit. I'm not awake for this. This is not real. So it's like my wife. She got it's like an autographed picture from her. Like my wife's name is Denise, and Vanity's real name is Denise. So it was like that connection there. Like, oh, like one used to another. She ended up getting the picture. I mean, a picture signed. And I ended up just walking around Walmart just dazed and confused, thinking none of this shit is real. None of the products in Walmart is real. The cashiers are not real. No one in this store is real right now. That was the most awful starstruck moment I ever had in my life. It was on mamas. On mamas. I put that on mamas. On mamas. That's how, and I think we were in Walmart for like until it closed, and I'm just walking around the aisles just like, this shit is not real. The products on the shelf is not real. The damn security guard is not real. This shit is not real. Nothing.
This
here
is all a
real
gag to get Chris.
No. Yeah.
I'm telling you. That was an unreal moment, and as we all know, she passed away, say about 6 years ago, or like 5.5 years ago. So yeah, so that was my starstruck. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here moment, because this shit is not real.
Everybody, where's the hidden camera somewhere? Where's the hidden camera?
Yes, that's what I'm waiting for. I mean, because I was not expecting to see Vanity, who at the time, and I grew up in the '80s and all the '80s stuff, and Vanity was like the it girl. She was the it girl. She was that girl. That girl. It was nobody else. It was all about Vanity. It was all about me. It's like nasty girl video. Come on, me and my friends, we would sit around and watching this. I was like, oh my gosh, this woman is wearing lingerie. Her backup singers, a dancer, whoever the hell they were. I didn't even know what the fuck they were. I didn't even know if they was a man or a woman. It was all about Vanity, and that was just mind blowing as an adult, as a full grown adult. In 1999, 2000, is sitting here in a Walmart. Fucking Vanity.
Well, what's really funny though is obviously Vanity and Prince, both had very sex filled songs and videos and stuff, and then at some point somebody flipped a switch and they suddenly were like, oh no, Prince wouldn't sing a lot of his more suggestive songs later in his career.
No.
And she went the same way and got all religious and wouldn't acknowledge. I mean, obviously had to acknowledge what they did in the past, but we know them for those things.
Being nasty.
You can't. I mean, if you're a Prince fan, Darling Nikki, and you know what that song is about, and you're like, and he's like, oh no, I would never. None of the even when he was doing his Vegas, when he was doing his residency in Vegas, he cut out all of the dirty songs that made him famous. But yeah, he was like, oh no, I'm a devout Jehovah's Witness now, and I won't sing any of those songs.
Yeah.
And those are the songs.
I saw Prince in concert. I saw him 3 times. Like my wife seen him 5 times. It was all great shows.
Yeah.
I saw Sade in concert.
Yeah. Mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Oh man, and see, Sade is my girl. I mean, my girl. mean, don't say nothing foul about Sade. I will rip out your eyelashes.
I can't say anything bad about.
not-
I can't say anything bad about her, but the
Don't-
only song that I know that she sings is "Smooth Operator."
Well,
No, it is so
No,
much. It
so-
is more than that.
Well, I'm sure
No.
that she, but that's the only one that I know.
no.
Oh,
Look, working.
please explain to me.
Go back to like the early days of Sade and like Style Council and some of the other work that was done then. Mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. Doing backup vocals for other artists that she was not always credited for. Amazing artist, and her voice. Wow,
Yeah.
wow, wow,
Oh,
wow.
man.
But the greatest Super Bowl halftime in the history of Super Bowl halftimes is Prince.
Exactly. Yep. Hands down.
There's
cannot
no
argue
there's
with
no
that at all.
there's no argument there. I mean, because there's been pretty good halftimes. You know, we got to see Janet Jackson's boob during a halftime show.
Yeah.
But that still doesn't beat Prince.
Mm-mm.
No,
I mean,
no,
it was a
one
decent
bit.
boob. It was only one though. We only got to see the one, but
Oh.
Yeah.
they did very
I'm
good.
sorry.
You can't even hardly find that video anymore.
Oh,
Like they've
it's
sanitized
there.
the internet of that video or tried
It's
to.
there.
Yeah.
But
And it's
Yeah.
and what's so sad about it is that I missed the Boob halftime show and Prince's halftime show because I was passed out. I missed it live.
Well, luckily YouTube exists and the Prince halftime show is recorded in full on YouTube.
Yes.
But yeah,
But,
it was the possibly. I mean, I don't think there's any competition. I mean, people may not remember, but in the 70s and early 80s, the halftime shows were like marching bands.
Yep.
And they didn't turn halftime into the big extravaganza that it is now. Like, it's the big deal. Like, they figured out, though, like one year, some like big recording artist is like, hey, I want to do halftime. And they did it, and they realized that their viewership went up during halftime.
Through the roof.
So then they were like, well, hell, we get better ratings when we get these big superstars. So let's have these big superstars do it every year, and we'll make them pay for it. So the people that are performing at halftime during the Super Bowl actually pay for their stages. They pay for the dancers. They pay for everything.
Yeah. It's just like what I said in chat before. I honestly did not know that I was sitting in a bar in San Diego with Billy Duffy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just sitting there talking to
Well,
this
a lot
dude.
of people don't know who Billy Duffy is, though.
Well, lead guitarist of the Cult. Lead guitarist of the Cult. Yeah. And I'm sitting there drinking beer with Billy Duffy. I'm going, oh, okay. This just got real. When he said his name was Billy and I heard his accent, I thought something just went really weird tonight. And okay. Chris pressed the wrong button.
He did something. I got to. When he comes back, we're gonna go anyway because my knee is about done tolerating sitting in this position. I don't want to. Haven't you got like
a little thing under the
counter? Not under the desk. There's nowhere for me to put my feet under the desk. If I turn, I can put my foot up here, but then I would be all chueco. I'd be all crooked. So
okay.
Yeah. So. Now that Chris is back, I was going to say, I said, Chris, that I've reached my limit anyway. My knee is about ready to fall off.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's like I have to change.
You had to go get your cans.
Yeah.
But
now I'm DJ Chris Big Knowledge Garland.
Well, yeah, but we can only see this much. We can only see from here down. Now you got far enough away.
No, he's just fucking grown again.
He's going through a growth spurt at 50 years old. But I appreciate you coming and hanging out because we were late coming on and everything, and Kevin already went to bed. I think, you know, he's old too, and you know, he's turning into a pumpkin. Plus, he's East Coast, so he's an hour earlier than I am. And you know, next week we'll be back to normal schedule next week. I think. There was an issue that I had to deal with tonight, so that's why we were late. And I didn't really remember what day of the week it was. You know, when you're not working and you're just kind of like fucking convalescing, you don't remember what day of the week it is.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
My wife said to me this morning, "Hey, can you drive me to work? Because we have to do this thing, and then you can come back and get me when I get off work." Well, she's a nurse, and they work 12, 13-hour shifts. So then when I got her in the car, I was like, okay, when we get home, I'm going to eat real fast, and I'm going to go do my show. And she's like, oh, it's Friday, isn't it? I was like, yeah, I just realized it's Friday. So I didn't even have a show set up or anything. I didn't put any legwork in. It was still fun. You know, Chris came on, and we talked about chocolate again, and we talked about words, and we talked about washing machines off balance, and everybody's going to Chris's house for vacation this year. We talked a little PACT Act stuff and how some vendors are going to be able to help at least the vapors and smokers in 40 states. And, you know, the other 10 states, you know, they're not playing nice and they don't give a shit about saving smokers. So, I mean, we did have some serious content intermixed with all the other nonsense that was fun to do. But
sorry,
yeah, I appreciate everybody coming on and hanging out, even though we sort of aimlessly rambled and stream of consciousness the show, but those are usually the best conversations.
Indeed it is. You know, I mean, it's like to just kind of just go out there and wing it, you know, and just, you know, because I mean, see, there's one thing that's missing in our society, and that's people who can have a conversation, hold a conversation about anything, everything, and nothing.
Yeah,
you know.
There's a reason why Seinfeld was the most popular TV show for like a decade, and it really wasn't about anything.
Right.
Right. It's kind of like it's Quentin Tarantino movie. You know, you notice his movie is all about the conversation. It's all about the dialogue that the stars have with each other. That's what makes his movie so great. It's like a lot of people are like, well, his movies are boring because like nothing's really happening. Well, it's the dialogue that's taking place during the movie. The best like 8 to 10 minutes of cinema ever is at the beginning of Reservoir Dogs when they're sitting at the diner.
Yeah.
And just talking about Madonna.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's you're right. You know, the conversation that's about nothing is still the most entertaining part of the fucking movie. And and
that's what is lost in this new world of like communication, where people they text and like they tweet or they send like emails and everything like that. You know, see, I'm from the era of kids where we needed to go outside and be around each other and talk to each other.
Yeah.
When we were kids, there was no internet. There were no texts. You couldn't send text messages. If you had to get a hold of somebody, you had to call their house, and if somebody answered and it wasn't them, somebody had to write it down, leave a message. Hey, your friend called. But you know, we had to go outside. We get home from school, do your fucking homework, and then get the hell out of the house. Yeah. Get out from under my feet. We had 3 channels on TV, and you only got those 3 if somebody was standing by the rabbit ears.
Yeah, playing with the aerial.
Playing with the aerials, trying to get the right, turning the little dial on the rabbit ear, trying to get the the network in, and you'd have to go to the UHF and the VHF. You remember those?
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Sure as hell do.
And you come home, do your homework, and get out of the house until the street lights came on. But if you didn't come home
You're
within
in
5
trouble.
minutes of the street lights, your ass was grass.
Yep.
You know, and you better not do anything while you were outside of the house that's going to embarrass mom.
Exactly. You could not. I mean, see, because I mean, it's like in East Oakland where I grew up in. You know, on like the street that I grew up on, like I had 5 older brothers, and back then it was big families. Everybody damn near who lived on the street had 3 or more kids. So it's like each house had 6 kids. In my mom's house, it was 6 boys. 2 houses down from us, like their house had 8 kids. A couple of houses down, they had 4 kids. A couple of houses across the street had 5 kids. And so, you know, and having families like that to kind of help raise the kids, you know what I mean? You know, having so many eyes on you, you know, wherever you go in a neighborhood, that kind of like that was pressure. It's like you really couldn't act an ass, you know, on the street when there's so many, when so many people know who you are and know who your mom is. So it was a different time. But you know what I miss though, more than anything, and something that I haven't received in God knows how long, is a prank phone call. Man, I miss it. I really,
is your refrigerator running?
Yeah. I miss
well, you better go.
Calls.
Well, you better go and catch it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
you
remember the Jerky Boys?
Yeah, classic.
Oh,
Great. One of the greatest innovators of prank calls ever. Yeah,
hilarious.
So it's like I sit on the phone and I'm thinking, I'm like hoping somebody could prank phone call me. Just one. I haven't had a prank phone call since like 1997. This has been like 20 years. I got a prank phone call. Now that's all I get is like telemarketers and bill collectors and shit. And you know, it's like, God damn, could somebody call and just do some really like wild shit? I'm just hoping like that would happen. But now it's just spam messages and shit.
The day before I had surgery, this is funny. So actually, a few days before I had my surgery, the place where I'm going to have my surgery, it's not the hospital, it's a surgical center. They call and are like, "Hey, you owe us $4,000. Like, you know, we've ran your insurance. This is your what you're responsible for, $4,000. Do you have a credit card to put this on? Like you can't have your surgery until you pay for it." So, you know, I worked that out with them. And then the day before the surgery, I get a phone call, the anesthesiologist. "Hey, your surgery is scheduled for tomorrow. You owe us $800 for putting you to sleep to have surgery. How do you want to handle this?" And those are prank calls. And I'm like, I can't even have the surgery until I pay you. And I have insurance.
Yeah.
This is
Medicare. This is about healthcare, taking care of people. And I already done pay like 4 racks, and now you want like damn near another $1,000? Is this a prank call?
We were adding it up. I got I got a statement from the insurance company. I already know what the total bill for the surgery, just the surgery center, not counting the surgeon and not counting the anesthesiologist. The surgery center, $38,000 for About an hour. I was there about, I was there about 3 hours, an hour pre-op, the hour of the surgery, and then get dressed and get the hell out of here. It was another hour. 3 hours, they made 38 grand.
Wow.
And then the surgeon charged like $16,000. And then, and you're just like, I fucking went. I mean, I went to school for what I wanted to do. But if I didn't go to school for what I wanted to do, and if I went into the wrong, I should have just went in for money and went into being an orthopedic surgeon, because those guys, he had like 10 surgeries scheduled that day.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Jeez.
if he did 10 surgeries and on average charged this, about the same for each one, he made like $150,000 that day.
Mm-hmm.
And he does surgeries 3 days a week.
Yep.
And then office hours 2 days a week. And then the office visits, he schedules those back to back to back on top of each other. And he probably sees 20 people in a work day. And you're just like, how? And, he spends like 5 minutes with you. He comes in, oh, everything looks good. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, but
That's amazing.
Well,
God, man.
And this is, Tom is in the room saying the joys of social medicine.
Wow.
This is America. We don't have socialized healthcare here.
No, you pay to play.
I mean, if you don't have insurance, you're fucked.
Well,
I'm a pretty right wing guy. I'm a gun guy. I'm a liberty guy. I'm a pretty much, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but I'm just like, this is kind of, you can't. The system is not designed, at least if you have health problems, is not designed to let you figure out ways to solve your own problems, because the system is rigged. The system is rigged. If you ever spend a minute on YouTube, do a search for Adam Ruins Everything health insurance. And he has a video where he talks about just 25 years ago, you could negotiate with the doctors. Or maybe it was about 30 years ago. You could negotiate. You could, but now with the insurance regulations the way it is, and the insurances and the providers working together to set prices for things, it's against the law for a doctor to charge somebody that has insurance a different price than somebody that doesn't have insurance.
Wow.
So you get a statement and it says $38,000, but due to the fact that you have this insurance, we've negotiated a price and we get a $25,000 rebate if you stay in network. So the people, the insurance companies they've rigged it so that if you have their insurance, you're getting a better rate than people that don't have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's I mean, this sucks because the people that can't afford insurance or work at McDonald's and only work 32 hours a week, and they're not required to give benefits to people that don't work full time. And that's that's their business model. 99% of the people that work at McDonald's are not full-time employees, so they don't get benefits. It's the same thing with Walmart.
Yeah.
So, I'm starting to realize that, I'm still a pull yourself up by the bootstraps, work for what you want, earn what you have. But yeah, when it comes to health problems and health insurance and health, issues, it's impossible. The system is rigged against those people. Self-employed people are fucked too.
Yep.
Thank you, because that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah,
and
self-insured people or self-employed people are fucked. My uncle my uncle's a contractor. He works for himself. He pays like almost 3/4 of what he makes goes into his insurance premiums.
Yep.
But he's 60 something years old, and he has to have it because he's in that age group that if something bad happens, he's got to have insurance.
Well,
nope. There's no such thing as compassionate pro bono unless you're qualified for like Medicaid.
Right.
Yeah.
The hospitals are required actually to provide a certain number of charity cases a month, especially if they're considered a nonprofit hospital. But there's only 2 or 3 a month, you know. And that's the people that are in the worst of the worst situations. But you know, they take in a homeless guy, they do a couple days of care for him, and they count that on their books as, you know, $100,000 worth of expense that they can count as a tax write-off.
Wow. What? 100K?
Yeah. A day in the hospital can cost $15,000. It minimum.
Yeah, and see, and this is why I always say that here in this country that things they manufacture things to that people overindulge in at times, or have a habit of, you know, a strong habit, and they, like, doctors and insurance groups need people not to be well so they can get more people in to make more money. This is where cigarettes kind of fall into that line of, like, you know, because like cigarettes financially does more damage and makes more money off of people being having a vice of cigarettes, makes way more money off that than any drugs or any alcohol. You know, because a pack of cigarettes a day, 2 packs of cigarettes a day for a person who's, you know, who's been smoking 20, 30, 40 years, that adds up. Cigarette companies make money. Doctors, hospitals make money when that person gets sick. And
chemo and radiation treatments can cost as much as $15,000 a treatment.
Yes. And so this is why vaping is such an issue, because it's taking away money not only from the tobacco companies but from the medical field as well. You know, because if people
potentially
are living,
potentially, because right now, I mean, vaping is still 10 years. You know, it's only 10, 12 years around, you know. So we really haven't made a huge impact into the healthcare yet. But 20 years from now, those cancer treatment places, those, you know, pulmonologists, those people that would normally bank on the smoker, they're going to be really hurting. But yeah, I mean, oncology and cancer treatment, that is a huge amount of money in the medical industry.
Yeah,
but I mean, the real impact is decades away. But if they kill us before we can make that impact 20 years from now, I mean, they see the writing on the wall. And, we've crunched the numbers here on the show, and everybody says, "Oh, the tobacco companies are afraid of us because we're taking huge amounts of money out of their wallets."
No, it's
negligible.
Tobacco.
If you look at actually the last 4 years, the tobacco companies have recorded record profits. We're not taking money out of their pockets at massive amounts of rates yet.
Asshole.
Well, he was playing with his headphones, like he couldn't hear
Yeah, I
us.
know.
I just figured I'd fuck with him for a minute.
No,
So
I
I mean,
the value of my
the-
headphones.
if you look at the size of the vaping industry, and some estimates go from something like $40 billion to $60 billion, say. One tobacco company, RJ Reynolds, recorded something like $630 billion last year.
Yep.
That's just one company. So when we hear things like that, and it makes me cringe, because that's a weak argument, because it's easily refuted. Potentially decades from now, we could be crushing it. We could be scary. We could be a scary beast. And they have analysts and people looking at the numbers, and they understand that in the future we could threaten them. But right now, they would rather buy up e-liquid companies. You would be surprised. I know quite a few fairly large e-liquid companies that are on the market right now that are owned by big tobacco companies.
Yep.
That nobody knows about. I mean, obviously, Avail Vapor is a big company, and they were bought out by a tobacco company, and then supposedly bought themselves back from the big tobacco company. But there are open vapor companies that are owned by tobacco companies.
Yeah, 100%. I know that for a fact.
Well, I do too, but I'm not going to be the one to say which ones they are, but very popular e-liquid companies, very popular and large, like vape bro companies that are owned by big tobacco.
Giant.
Matt,
it
could be.
Giant Vapes was bought out by Avail. They were not bought out by a big tobacco company. Avail Vapor at one point was owned or partially owned by Altria.
Correct.
But supposedly they're no longer affiliated with Altria. Sometime in the last year, there was a press release that announced that they were no longer part of Altria. So it is what it is. I don't know anything about that. I have particular feelings about that. And I know one of the guys that's an owner of Avail, and he's always been very nice to me. He's always been very cordial. And he's a very intelligent person. I have to take them at their word that they are no longer owned by or partially owned by Altria, because that's what the press release says. But they're a big fucking company. They have 85 stores up and down the Eastern Coast. So they're, and like I said, they bought Giant Vapes, and they own Blackbriar, which is the regulatory company that a lot of companies are using for their PMTAs.
Correct.
So yeah, they're not dummies.
To answer a little bit more on that, there is a gray area when it comes to tobacco ownership in vaping. But the scary part is now that shelf companies from pharma are actually buying into the technology for a lot of different reasons as drug delivery systems. That's what they've always looked at. If you look at the technology behind vaping and how it's progressed over the past 5 years, you can actually now deliver drugs through vaping devices or through temperature control devices and specific coil materials. That's what it's all about.
The technology is going to be around. It just may not be around for us. I did see, and I'm not sure, I said we were going to wrap this up. We'll wrap it up in a minute. I did see somebody shared somewhere that CBD somehow got a workaround on the U.S. the post office ban. I haven't read anything yet that says that.
It has. It was given a different classification. So yes,
because the actual postal code or the actual language said described anything that could be put in a vaporizer. So I don't know anything about that. I'd have to refer to my other invalid and talk to Demetrius and see what he has heard, but I didn't watch his show this week, so I don't know. I'm sure they talked about it on the show.
No, they've been given a different pathway, so it doesn't fall under the same categories now. Wherever that came from is correct, but with what they're doing,
I don't vape CBDs.
Well, there's a lot of people now that actually do, and
yeah, but I don't advocate for them.
No, but look, we've got to look at it from a different perspective these days. You know, we've got the big players, big tobacco. They're actually on our side for a lot of different reasons because they're trying to right the wrongs that they've done over the years with their destructive technology. The vaping community and like the electronics community have come back and said, well, look, we have a much simpler way of delivering a non-intrusive chemical to the body that people actually need on many different levels. The pharma industry are looking ever so hard how to fuck us up. And there's all the big .orgs and the body part organizations that are all part of that cabal, as I call it now. And Kevin's called it the same thing. One of the key things that everyone has to look at, and it might seem minuscule to most people in the industry, but everyone really will have to look to Australia in October as to how the pharmaceutical rollout of and the prescription model that the Australian government is trying to push forward for vaping devices and for nicotine delivery. That is going to be the key, right? And probably the test bed for what the rest of the countries around the world are trying to roll out. It's not an easy thing to get your head around, but when you start diving in and out of who's playing how, what, when, and why, it's starting to make a whole lot more sense now. I'm not opposed. If I was given a contract tomorrow to work for a big tobacco company to develop flavors, I would sit there and talk to them and listen to them and say, well, what do you want me to do? But I don't want my name involved for a start. I will help you, but pharma cannot come in then over the top and crush or try and take over. Same as what what's it called? 22 company with their modified nicotine tobacco.
Very low nicotine cigarettes, yeah.
Right. We've had 1, 2, and 4 milligram nicotine here in Australia for 20 plus years. It doesn't work. Bottom line.
No, we had Dr. Glover on the show, and she explained why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
People substitute. People smoke the free low nicotine cigarettes, and then when they're out of low nicotine cigarettes, they just go and buy a regular pack of their favorite brand. But those numbers don't get recorded. So I saw a study today on Twitter. Somebody was praising very low nicotine cigarettes. The problem is the study is flawed because when they do those studies, they give free packs of cigarettes to people, and people smoke them. And then when they're done smoking them, they go and buy their regular cigarettes, but they only count the number of low nicotine cigarettes that those people smoked.
Correct, but
they don't count They don't count the regular cigarettes that the people buy out on their own.
No, but it's combustion. Combustion.
Yeah, we're
Now,
we're
is
not.
that done intentionally?
What?
Not during accurate counts. Is
Yes.
that intentionally done?
Yes.
100%.
Academic malfeasance. Yes, it's done on purpose.
Yep.
The people that do these studies are the ones that get paid to do these studies. So they're So yeah, I mean we've had Charles Gardner on the show who praises them, and we had Dr. Glover on who brought the facts and said, we did the study, we did the research, and people just substitute the low nicotine cigarettes for half of, they turn around and go and buy regular nicotine cigarettes when they're done with the free allocation of low nicotine cigarettes.
But Chris,
the thing is that all of the harmful chemicals that are in a regular cigarette are still in the low nicotine cigarettes.
But
so you're still getting the carbon, the tar, all the bad stuff and the carcinogens.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you're not getting as much nicotine.
Right. But here's the other thing with all these low nicotine tobacco products that they're talking about. The tobacco leaf that they're using is also genetically modified. It's a GMO tobacco leaf. So no one knows what's going on with that either. There's no fucking data at all as to what that's going to do. It's all well and good that you want to reduce nicotine in a cigarette, but what are they actually doing to the leaf or to the traditional leaf to get it to that low nicotine point? How does it all work?
The tobacco that we use in cigarettes now is genetically modified.
Yeah, I know, but this is even further modified.
Well, no, they modified them to double the amount of nicotine in them with selective breeding.
Yeah, that was part of it. Then there was the ammonia studies.
They do selective breeding to find the strains that have lower nicotine. Everything that we ingest into our bodies these days, if it's commercially farmed, has been genetically modified. Everything.
Yep. I know.
So, you eat a seedless orange. How do you think that they got a seedless orange? Because oranges in nature have seeds.
Yeah, GMO.
Same thing with grapes. Those are all genetically modified crops. But all right, dudes. Yeah, I gotta get out. We gotta get up. I can't sit here anymore. So, like I said, thanks for coming. Thanks everybody for hanging out and listening to us ramble for 4 hours.
Take care.
Yes.
I'm gonna groan when I stand up here in a minute. So y'all be good, and we'll see you in 7 days. There's no outro music. It's just us saying bye. Again, bye.